In this era of AI, you better try to understand how the mobile application work and how those things can be built. And in our today's video, we're going to build the Curator, a fully functional mobile application built using a React Native. And as you can see, you click on Get Started and the both devices for that Android and iOS, it has the similarities working perfectly aligned and have a very good understanding a bit on that how those things can work. Especially first, we're going to go through a little bit of overview what this application is all about. Then we're going to go with the Stack Overflow, and after that we're going to start building. So in this three segment, we're going to go one by one. And first and foremost, before starting, those ideas of that which really I got from one of the Java script mastery channel, which the build is right here for the React Native application. But what I felt is not fully completed, so that I created this and I built the entire design flow using that Google Stage. So all the screen, all the structures is right here, and all the related links, it will be in the description, so you can just grab it and start building that. And of course the repo link, it will be also be available in the description, so that you can easily use it to grab that. So right now, especially as you can see, we are trying to like initialize the entire flow structure. So whenever we're going to reload on that, you can see right now we have a very good splash screen. Then we're coming in the welcome screen where you're going to find that the curator. And for by these purposes, I'm going to close that Android because I'm running two simulator side by side. My device can be a little bit slower, so I'm going to go with the single one, and trust me, all the things going to working perfectly. So nothing to be worried at all. So now right here, if we click on Get Started, you're going to landing in our home page, which is saying welcome to Curator, welcome back Curator. And over here in the header, we have logo, we have our notification tab. If you click here, you can see right here how beautifully it's open. If I click on the view all notification, it's taking me to that all notification page here. If we click, it's also opening that model to show the entire notification status. And also I can like filter through my notification status. But from here, whenever you click any of the notification, as you can see right now, it also has a single page view to show the entire notification details. Then we also have our account setup, which you're gonna come back later on. And in the home, like first of all, let's go back to the tab here. We have home tab, we have our tab to go to our statistic, analytics, and our settings directory. And in the home, we have our card where we can show how much the data layer we are using, and others we have upcoming, like whatever the upcoming data is there. If you click to view all, you can see entire upcoming structure. You click on, you're going to have the details about that GitHub Copilot, the monthly plan, the yearly plan, and see the animation, how beautifully structured, especially the React Native 0.85 is super cool. But as Expo latest is still using 8.83, so maybe whoever using the Expo, you will get a little bit slick till now, but it will be perfect at all. So after that, you visit the upcoming, then we have our two tab. One is the AI hub to showcase entire AI mechanism, AI plan, and others. When I click on the streaming platform, you can see we can get all the online streaming platform. If you click on Hulu, you can see there are accessible things, and you can go and get your subscription, and the payment, it can be handled using this Stripe. And then it's just scrolling to entire data structure. So this is all about your home criteria. Then we click on that the second tab. Over here we can see how much lower how my monthly spend, the upcoming feature, and my old subscription plan wherever I subscribe. So right now, this is a very good combination to see entire scenario. Also, I have my analytics here where I can see the monthly use. And as you can see, this just going to get directly in the upcoming expenses history about it all. If you click here, it will take you to get entire payment history. In the settings right here, we're going to get our subscription card, and we can cancel it anytime I want. And then I can view at all. If I go directly in that our home tab here, like the user tab right here, we have our very beautiful functionally like the profile segment. If we click on that personal information, I can see my entire personal information. I can go and make my security and password. I can go to view my subscriptions plan. I can go with to view my payment method. I can add a payment method if I'm looking forward to. Also, you can see I can edit the billing details and others if I look forward to. Then I also have that our billing history, the entire history. It's just showing it right here. I can either go download the PDF or I can just view it all. And if I go click on sign out, as you can see right here, I have a sign in page here. I have one create account page. So let's go back sign in. I also have a forget password page. And as you can see, the entire application layer is very following the strict mechanism so that it can be easily understandable. So gmail.com, and let me just put my password, sign in, and I'm logged in, and go back right here. So this is how we're gonna start. We're gonna make things everything done in proper way. We're gonna enable and initialize our entire workflow, which can really be working perfectly. Of course, there will be a lot of other things gonna be coming up by, and everything you're gonna find that in this repository here. And we're going to build our application using React Native. And if you go with the get started right here, as you can see on that React Native allows developers to know React to create native apps. At the same time, native developers can use React Native to gain parity between native performs by writing common features on. So if you know the React application, if you know how to build the React, you are already 70 to 80% know each and everything, because you're going to reuse the functions, reuse the component layer. So all the basic structure, it will be same. And if you are already familiar with the Next.js and we are using the Expo, you are 90% done to building all the features and others. So this is how we're going to start. So before that, first of all, you can see right here, you can also use React Native without a framework, because that's what they said. We believe that the best way to experience React Native is through a framework, a toolbox with all the necessary APIs to let you build production-ready apps. And here they are actually referring to the Expo. That Expo provides features like file-based routing, high-quality universal libraries, and the ability to write plugins that modify native code without having to manage native files. And of course, if you are looking forward without the framework, especially if you are already like view on the channel how the way we build, especially we always love to go with the bare React Native, and still you are with me, please to like the video, subscribe the channel. It will always boost my morale. So right now for this video, as the React Native team are referring to the Expo by so much far. So what I'm going to do for these purposes, in this video, we're going to go and build the entire things using the Expo. And by the way, Expo is now getting much more. You can see right here, JWT, Pizza Hut. So lots of company, they are using those Expo in the production ready app. So this is a very, very cool application layer. So you can try to use it, a very good way to deploy it. We're going to build this entire feature. We're going to go introduce some more mechanism. Then of course, we will go and make the deploy in the production build structure as well. So first of all, this we are going to follow through to build, and then also you're going to go with that native wind. So just go, if you go in the home page over here, this is the native wind, and you can explore entire segment. This is a very good way. Remember the Shadchian UI or the Tailwind CSS, the way they are, especially the Tailwind CSS. This is the new way, the Tailwind CSS to work in the mobile. So the Tailwind CSS for the base format for the web, but this native wind is for that our mobile application. And after clicking get started, we'll try to get that version 5, the latest one, which is still in pre-release. We're going to use that, and we may no need to worry about once it's gonna be in the latest, because almost all the features it will be available there. Now we are going to start building our application. I'm going to close my previous application, and as you can see, this is the repo, which the link it will be in the description. And right now, as it is staying very far. And by the way, if you're looking forward to have a very good project, and feel free to go right here in that buy me coffee in my shop over here. You can find a lot of projects, either an e-commerce or an admin dashboard or any kind of mobile application, portfolio application. So many things is right here. Feel free to go and try to get it from here. And if you are watching this video, there will be a discount coupon link which will provide you the 20% discount in any projects you are looking forward to purchase from here. And also, if you have any inquiry, let me know in the descriptions. I will be right here to help you. So this will be the repository, and as you can see right now, I cloned that repository right here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open in my Visual Studio Code. So this is the project where I'm gonna build it, and I'm gonna close this pod. I'm gonna just first of all let me go directly in that documentation, especially the version managing from that React Native. You can see right here by default is now 0.85, and Expo is still using 0.83, but no worries, maybe very surely it will jump over there, so nothing to be worried about that. So right now we're going to start building our application using Expo. We're going to go to read the documentation, and on the documentation you can see right here quick start. Either you can also create a project right here. As you can see, this is the command which gonna create a very good sophisticated project. So if you see in that here npx create expo app at latest, it may take that like the version 54, which by the way it's here is default SDK 55, which is the template build. So better you're gonna try that. You can see right here the note during the SDK 55 transition period, create expo app at latest without the template flags creates a SDK 54 project, and SDK 54 depend on React Native 0.81, not 85 or 83. We want 83, so better we're gonna copy this because we're gonna use this layout to build our application. And over here I'm gonna open my terminal. So let me open my terminal here. I'm gonna paste the command, I'm gonna hit enter, and after that you can see what is your app name. As you can see right here, I already have a name as Curator YT, which already I defined right here in my repository. So I'm now needing to provide a name. So what I'm gonna say, similar, if you're building the React application, Next.js application, similar configuration, I'm gonna put a dot here and hit enter. Not dot and hit enter. So now within this directory, it's gonna initialize each and everything, entire application layer and others. Now you need to sit tight because you need to provide a bit of time so that it will initialize everything, and then you can run that. And in the meantime, if you're looking forward to have lots of free projects like this one, which will happen to be the free, of course, the source code, it will be free for you. Go to get the free course here, and you can find each and every single free course right here. Those all are free. You can search by the name. Let me search for the shop card. You can see you can get by the name here, and also you can toggle through with, if you want to see only the e-commerce, you can get only e-commerce, get only the AI. So all the features is available for you. Now as you can see, you can make page purpose value here, you can make the pagination here to find which the application really matter to you. Right now supposed to be okay, let me go again. I think I go back here. So right now let's say you want Go Farm. If you click on the get source code, automatically it will redirect you to that particular repository where the entire code or entire presentation, entire mechanism is working. If you click, and you can see the GitHub, you can YouTube, live demo, purchase, all the links, it will be available for you. So this is the way you can start with me. And always, if you have any inquiry, any comments, you can always leave it to the in the comments, or you can directly reach me out and let me know anything you require, any more application you want to build by so far, and I will jump on it. Now it installed everything, but as you can see, it using the package manager as an npm, but I don't want to use the npm. I will use the pnpm. So I'm going to just remove the modules and others, and then I'm going to make that pnpmi. It's up to you. You can go with that npm. It's nothing to be worried at all. You can go directly using that. So first of all, what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to clean up my application as I'm using or building a new application. Especially in the React Native, there is a lot of thing, a lot of caching parameter and others. So I'm going to remove that Expo Go, and over here after how we can run that. And as you can see, if we make that start, which is going to be pnpm dev, automatically it will make the expo start, or you can make that npx expo start. That's the things you can run, or you can simply run that pnpm dev. Okay, no, first of all I need to make that pnpmi to install. Okay, is install, and I think the pnpm dev command to run that, I think, yeah, start, it should be the dev, not the start, because the dev gonna be coming by. Or we can just keep like that. We can just initialize another one, the dev command here. Okay, the dev command will get that expo start. So expo start, that's it. Okay, right now, if we try that pnpm dev, automatically it will execute the dev command. You don't need to run that expo start or others. So as you can see, how the way you can structurize why we are going to build using that React, like the expo instead of React Native. There is a good catch right now. You need to understand it's very thoroughly, especially if you go in the expo. Let me just get that expo go. So Expo Go Up, this is the app which going to help you to run that Expo application in your physical device. So you can see right here, you can either download for the Android. If you click on that Android, it will see it can just download using that one, or you can also install for iOS. Automatically, it will get you for the iOS. Now, the thing is that once you have that application in your physical device, you just need to scan that one from the app. That's it. You are good to go. Or you can just link through that one and you are good to go. Your app will start running in your physical device, but it's a very React Native application. This is very difficult and delicate. That's why most of the people, they are transferring to build using that Expo, because we know if you run that emulator or simulator, your device need to have a minimum 32 GB memory. So this is a very good combination to start with Expo, because you can reuse your like that your device, which is the physical one, and then build the entire application layout in your system. So now I can also start. You can see right here, press to show commands, logs for all appear below. So if I put I, you can see it will start opening the application using that iOS. If I put A, it will open in the Android device. So this the both things gonna work perfectly. Okay, so now I'm getting an welcome screen, welcome to Expo. So everything gonna looks perfectly fine, but I don't want any kind of things like, as you can see, especially this is the default behavior. We have home, we have explore. In the explore, we have all the routes, all the links. We can click and get to the Expo documentation here, and also the home. So we don't want those tabs. This is a very good feature to start with. As you can see, you can keep that. So the default behavior, if you go in the source, if you go in the app, if you go in the index, right now, as you can see in the layout or the tab bar or the others, the way especially the flashy things going to work, you can keep that as soon as you see in the layout right now in that app tabs. And in the tabs, as you can see, this is a very good combination because there is the glass effect is right here. You can see those effects going to be combining here. You can use that one, but in our application, as we didn't use the glass effect, so what I want to do, I want to reset my application. So I don't want any things to be appearing here. So you see that one will reset my application. So let's pnpm run. Let's say it will be reset project. So that will let me keep my project in the build layer. So let me just go over here and hit a reload here. Of course, then as you can see, we have our index, and especially right now we can remove whatever the things we are not requiring. You can see right here, you can see everything is just removed. So I have my layout, which is index. I have my index, which is just an index setup, just a very simple. And you see edit app.ts. So this is the one which is gonna be right here. So let me just go. So to view, so especially if you're building the application in that React or the Next.js, you can see the view which we are using the div. This is the similar work as same as the container, it will work. And we use the p tag, we use the h1 to h6, which gonna be for the title text. But right here we're gonna use only the text. So it will be not the text, should be the text. So curator application. Okay, so as you can see right here, we have curator application. This is the style which providing the style. If we remove that, you see the style, it will be gone. So we will not use the style in that way. So I'm going to just remove this one and also this one, because we will use the style mechanism the way we look forward to it. So first of all, let us go directly in that over here in that native Win version 5. We first gonna initialize our native Win setup. So this is going to be, you can see right here, Native Wind allows you to use Tailwind CSS to style your components in React Native. Styled components can be shared between all React Native platforms using the best style engine for the platform, CSS style sheet on web, and style sheet.create for the native. So basically, it's just transforming everything similar the way the Tailwind CSS providing that for the web is providing for the React Native. Now over here, this is the overview over here. You can see right here, I will go click on the installation process. So right here, as we're using the pnpm, I need to copy this command. And after copying that, I'm going to go in my terminal. I'm going to just paste it, which is going to be pnpx rn dash new at next and space dash dash native wind, hit enter, and you can always be checked over here whenever a new dependency gonna be. As you can see right here, we have everything installed. We have the phone from the Expo and also the splash screen from the Expo router. So a lot of things is right here, which gonna be give us a very much boost to build our entire application. There you can see also the bottom tabs is installed from that React navigation, so we no need to worry about those things. So after that, also what we need to do, this is the pnpm. Now this is the installation and installations. Okay, we might have did something. I think let me go, and I think I'm going to close that. Okay, this is the installation process, and this is the installation with Expo. Okay, so in the Expo, once we did that, we just need to copy this. Okay, so I think this flag gonna be worked, so I'm gonna just try to go with that installation using the Expo, which gonna install our native wind at preview, React Native CSS, React Native reanimated, React Native save area context. So almost all of those, there is some are already installed. And after that, so set up the tailwind css. So this is the one, the second one, we need to go and set up that. So I'm going to copy that and let me install those one, this one. So this will be the dev dependency here, which going to be coming that tailwind css / post css tailwind css. So after that, we need to also create a post css config.mjs to go by and pass that. So this will help us to build the structure. So now what it's saying that create a post css.config.mjs file in the root of your Expo project. If you don't already have one, then add tailwind css or a / post css there, or whatever post css is configured in your project. So let us go and we're gonna follow this similar example here. So I'm gonna go in the root, I'm gonna create that post css.config.mjs file, and then I'm going to copy this one. So this will be containing Expo default plugins, which going to be tailwind css / post css. Then also we need to configure that, create a global.css file. So this file is going to be containing our entire css parameter and add in the tailwind css directive. So I need to create a global.css file. So as per it, I need to create it at the root. Again, in the root, I'm going to create a global.css. So in the global.css, what I'm going to do, preferably, I need to copy these things. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste this. So this is the for coming from the layer theme, and also the pre-flight, also the utilities, and also the native wing theme. So this all import will be responsible to run our application in that parameter. So after that, you can see right here, from here onwards, replace global.css with the relative path css file just you created. And so far in the layout, I think we need to enable that one. So let us go directly here. This is our layout, right? So over here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna import it at the top. Okay, so that should be, let's say, import dot, and that should be, I think, okay, the dot globals.css. I think here you can find the CSS, yeah, because we have the source directory, then we use that. So let's hit save. And after that, what else we need? Also, instead of using the standard tailwind, native wind recommends using that the rules about which provide a better compatibility with React Native Web. Create and modify your macro config. Okay, so this is the one which you need to run, npx expo customize macro configs. You need to copy this command. Without running that command, if you click create that, it will not work. Okay, so what I need to do, I need to go create an npx expo customize metro.config.js. You can see right here we have the macro file, and over here you can see in the metro.config.js file, if you don't already have one, then wrap the default config with native wind. So I need to copy that, better just to pass that. Okay, so now this is the entire configuration, and import your css, which already we did instead of the app. As you can see right here, instead in the app or index, we directly inserted in our layout here, and then override the lightning css version. So here in that in that package, we can override that one. So I think we will go in that right here. So in our package, after the dev dependency were finished, so over here I think, yeah, I think after the private we can start. Yeah, after the private we will take the command. Let's say it should be overrides, and on that overrides command we're gonna make that let's say the command which I'm gonna go and get that. So this is the one which we are going to override here. So copy this and passing that. So this is the one which gonna be overwrite this one. So I think this will work perfectly fine. And after that, what else? So type script setup. So there also you can see we need to go for the npx expo start clear. So this is the flag which you need to start with, and there is another one we need to also get that native wind envd.ts which gonna be for the type safety. Let me go and pass that. So this is the one you need to create, and after creating we need to pass the variable right here. So this is the variable. I'm going to copy that, and over here I'm going to paste it. So this is the native win setup. So for that like for the TypeScript setup. Now, as you can see, everything working perfectly fine. So what I'm gonna do, I need to get that npx expo is start clear. We need to capture the clear file. So I'm gonna just remove everything, and I'm gonna run that command npx expo start dash dash clear. And now again, I will open my application in that iOS and hit reload here. So as you can see, my application is getting reloaded. So right now, okay, there is something expo log web view babel config. I think something deserialized they are showing here. Okay, fine. I'm gonna go again pnpm dev. Okay, let us see. Put an I just to go. Okay, expected object like structure name specifier found. Okay, curator. Okay, lightning css. Okay, I think I need to run the command pnpm I to install if anything. Remember pnpm. Okay, let me just go again. What I am saying, it could be some of the problem whenever you are building, especially right here. You need to specify a lot of things which may not be there. So better the first solution is that remove your the package, remove your node modules, remove your package log, and then pnpm I to just, or npmi or eni or whatever the one you are using, install first, then try again. That could solve half of the problem. So again, I know what is causing the problem, but what I am trying to do is to maximizing, try to see how we can figure it out. So let me see after removing that if it's working or not. Now, as it's installed, let us try to pnpm dev again. So let us see what's the purposes, why it's starting. If I put I, let's see if it can open or not. So, okay, still it's having the structural ratio. There is some errors. We can find whatever the mismatch is happening. And one thing it could be, this layer name, it could be happen to be the issue. Okay, so let us go and try to remove this layer. So if we go directly in that globe hostel css, okay, what's the matter? I think if we keep that, okay. So as you can see, if after removing that, if we try to reload and try that again, okay, let us see again if we can do that. npx expo start clear. So it's gonna clear the entire setup. If I try to put I, let's see if it can be opened or not. Okay, still this should not be happen to have the problem, but let us go directly here. Did we miss anything right here? So we make the clear one, okay, which is good. We are making that overwrite the scenario right here. So this will let us to overwrite. Okay, I think as we are using the pnpm, right? So we can do one more setup. So let me go in that, let's say go in the package here. And as you can see, the overriding using those setup, we can also make it overriding using the pnpm, so that the pnpm collaboration, it will not capture those things, right? So I think this will be the only way to go by, and a pnpm, I will let the pnpm to override those things, so it will not go and to take the headache to initialize or install, so that it will be the unexpected error, it will be go by. So I'm going to make pnpm I, the global css is perfectly fine. So I think this is the one where we need to tune up. So let us go and close this application. I don't want any error to be persist again, so I'm going to just remove the application here. So once I'm building, it will again reinstall. Okay, now this time run that npx expo start clear. So it will cache, like clear all the caches, and it will make sure to fix any kind of error which you happen to have. I think this will fix the problem. I believe so, because this is just our yeah. As you can see right here, we are happen to be having good hand. So right now, what we need to do is that, and if you're using that npm or yearn, I think these things, or it will not, may not be, but if you happen to have that error, you just take either npm or either yearn. You can just fix it just to override this one. Okay, so now in the index, how we can start working? As you can see, we can simply use the normal class name. So right now in the view, with a class name, it should be flex1, and let's say bj. I'm gonna put a rate of 200. Hit save. Okay, you see right here, our actual things is working. So now we can start building the setup, because our tailwind css is working. If I put a class name, text, let's say 4xl, and font, let's say bold, and hola, we have everything good to go and running perfectly. So right now we need to specify some more setup. First of all, I'm going to go in that particularly in the parameter of to get entire CSS combination. So I'm going to paste my CSS, so which going to be working for the light and dark theme. As you can see, we are not using any kind of static colors. So anytime we want to change any color on anywhere in the application, we can simply do it in that global.css, and automatically it will reflect our entire application. This is what we want to fixable things. And by the way, again, as we are right now here, so we can now that, let's say, a project initialized. So just publish that, so that you will understand that what I'm saying, that you're going to have the code, and you will get it now that you're going to have the code here. So all the code right here. If you cannot find this repository, again, what I let you know, go directly in that, let's say it should be a reactberry.com over here, get the free codes right here. You can just simply search the curator by so far. Once I'm there, it will be automatically uploaded here as well. So even you missed one, you can have some more solutions. Okay, so right now I'm going to close that. I'm going to close this, because now I'm going to start building our entire scenario. So I have that. So now we should have our okay, I think it was to be better to go with that stitch, I think Google stitch, so that we're going to have a little bit of understanding the design ratio, design structurable data ratio. So click on that, we're going to open this, and so on. As you can see, we have our different screen setup, different zone here. So right now this will be our first, okay, this is the first version of that, because we have multi version. Okay, so first of all, what I need to do, we need to go and specify how we want to start. As you can see in the index, so this index, I don't want to keep anything in the index, so I'm gonna replace the index using those pattern. But before that, I want to create a layout, so that we're gonna have a like a good setup, a good feature by which we can start working. So first of all, let's go directly in that top here. So this is our layout in the app. This is our root layout. So by so far from this layout, we're gonna have each and every single thing. So this is the layout, and here we have our stack from the Expo Router. So before pulling that stack, I'm gonna create another in the app. I'm gonna go and create another screen, which gonna be named as that. Let's say a splash. splash.tsx. So this will be our splash screen, and over here in the screen, what I want to do is simple rnfe. So this will create a React Native snippet. So to create that, and of course, if you want to run that, you need to make that ES7 React Native snippet, which will help you to grab that. This one, what I'm talking about, React Native snippets. So if you run rnfe, so automatically it will create you this segment. So right now this is the one which we are going to build for. So let me just get that splash screen. Okay, this is our splash screen. So now how we can connect that is screen, especially to help us to grab by. So I'm going to go in the layout, and in that layout I'm going to provide that whatever the screen parameter which we are trying by so far right now. So as you can see, we have our stack, and of course you can create your theme provider to provide entire theme segment and others, or you can go by the normal segment, the way you feel it better. So first of all, I'm going to go, this is our stack. So I'm going to go, instead of this one, I'm going to go grab a view here. Okay, so that should be view. and that would be coming from the React Native. And in that view, I'm going to put a stack over here. So in the stack, I'm going to provide that stack dot screen. Okay, so this will be our screen. So in this stack, what I want, okay, first of all, I'm going to provide a name. So first, the name, it should be our index. So this will be our index screen. And so this is, which is completely fine. So this will be our index screen, and in the index, okay, we have that. So let us go in the layout. Okay, so right now what I want, as you can see, we took a view. I think if we doesn't took a view, automatically it will get the flex on property by so far. Yeah, okay. Okay, if we okay, I think we need the view because we want to give our own background. Put a class name, put a flex one, and automatically it will be appear. And if you put a busy red of 300, you can see it will okay, it's not appearing. So I'm going to reload it. Sometimes it will mismatch or cross match. Okay, it's not providing the bg. Why? Or I think I'm going to remove that. So later on, if I need that, okay, if I need that, I can keep wherever I want instead of keeping it here. So I think I'm not gonna needing this. Okay, perfect, fine. So now in this stack, I want that, as you can see in the index at the top layer of that, it's called especially for that header shown. So what I want in globally, I want that screen options. So in the screen options, what I want is that header shown. So I don't want to show any header. So header shown, which going to be as a false. Okay, so as you can see, automatically header is disappear. And also I'm gonna provide that, let's say, content style. So in the content style, what I want to provide is that in the content style, I'm gonna go make these things. Let me grab that background color. So we're gonna provide the background color, which gonna be as a transparent background color. So right now you see everything going to at the top layer. So I'm gonna go, and here I'm going to provide a view format. So let me go grab the view. Okay, okay, VIEW, I need to import it, view, and put a class name, flex1. And if I put empty20, you can see it will come the below. And also I'm going to put a BJ, which is going to be the background. Okay, so you can see the background color is popping up. So now these things, we can make more things like the shuffle, and it can be properly aligned it all together. And by the way, as you can see right here, I think so this is our root layout. So instead of that keeping everything as the root layout, we can also create a function to provide the sense, like instead of keeping everything in the root layout right here or wrapping, we can also provide a different structure ratio, like especially at the top, I'm going to create another function. Let's say app shell. So this will be our app shell, where our entire app structural ratio, it's gonna be providing by here. We can provide the custom theme, and then we're gonna also provide the color ratio and others in the background ratio, so that it will work properly, as we doesn't have the theming right here. So what we can do, especially as you can see that view, I'm gonna cut that view, I'm gonna pass it here, right? So this view gonna be passing directly here, and here I'm gonna simply pass that app shell. And of course, okay, app shell. Okay, okay, we need to provide the return. So I forget to, okay, I think, especially if we go here, yeah, as you can see, I forget to pay a return. So because if it doesn't put a return, it will not be able to get the return. And here it should be app shell. Okay, so now we have our app. So of course, we're also gonna have our tooltip, like the toast provider. So we're gonna use our toast context. So here we're gonna use our entire segment by which the toast can be provide using the theming and others. So we're gonna bring that later on. But before to start with that, also we can make that one. Let's say the context view we can provide in that sense. We can use the simply as the safe area view to go by and let our everything gonna be passing in a very good way. So we're gonna use that safe area view, and that should be coming from, let's say, okay, safe area view. We're gonna bring that, let me see from where it's coming. Yeah, React Native safe area context. From here it's gonna be passing that. So we can pass the shell here, and we can just simply pass the class name, and it will be flex1, so that it can work. I think is it passing that? No, what we are missing, that safe area view. Okay, this is not providing here. So let me go back. If it cannot be passing here, okay, so that it should be passing here as well. So if we go with that safe area view, okay, why it should work. Okay, anyway, if it's not working, no worries. We can fix it in some other way. So there should be nothing to be worried for at all. So right now we have our this segment. So especially in we have also the splash screen, right? So this is the preliminarily the screen which we have for the index. Now we're gonna also define another screen. Let's say it should be stack dot screen, and here we're gonna provide that should be the name as a splash screen. And after that we also gonna provide that status bar. So as you can see right here, we have a view. So after that view, we can simply pass that status bar, which going to be coming from React Native. And over here in the status bar, we're going to provide a style. So let's say style, which going to be we can need to provide that dark. Okay, so this is the status bar which going to be coming up. Okay, I think instead of getting that status bar, we can simply get the status bar from the Expo, which will give us much more setup. So this would be status bar from the Expo. So right now, if we reload, you can see we are almost in good way to go. So this we are keeping the entire things as the dark value format. So right now, as we have that, we're gonna go in that either you can create the welcome screen in the index, that's up to you, or you can also make that redirection like this one. If I just remove here, let's say in the return, I want to return a redirect, okay, redirect from the Expo router, and that from the href, I will say I want to redirect on the splash. And you see right here is directly going to the splash. So nothing is right here automatically. It's redirecting to the splash screen where our entire segment, entire details gonna work. So right now we have a very good flow to make things done in pretty decent way. Now, before setting up in a further encouragement, I want you to also set up especially to define a lot of other things. So in the source, I'm going to create another directory called the components. So it will be our components. In the components, we're going to also create another directory called constants, and here we're going to try to configure each and everything, like how the theme it will be there. So it will be there in the color combination as the call theme.ts. So here we're gonna create our entire color structure. We can go directly on that. We can also go by directly on other setup. So if you want to change the colors, you can change it directly here, or you can use the tailwind configuration. So we go the two configuration. One is the basic, the way we do for the theming. Another one, the structurable way for the tailwind CSS. So you can see right here. And there should be another one whenever we're gonna use that animation property here. So there would be some class name and others. So we can simply also pass in that constants right here, which is going to be animations.ts. Here we're going to pass that animation delay setup and others. Right now, as you can see, we have the animation for the fade in, fade in down, fade in right, fade in up, which is going to come in directly from that React Native reanimated. And by so far, if you're using that React Native 0.85, we should be able to install or import directly it from the React Native. No need to have that our reanimated third-party library. So this is the Spring config here, and from here we are getting the animation fade in down, fade in up, fading right. And whenever we're gonna using that, we're gonna go and explore details about it. And after that, we also going to have another file which gonna call us. Let's say it will be for the notification config. So config.ts. So here we're gonna configure our entire notification setup. So of course, the notification type we need to create. So we'll create that notification type. Now, what kind of things it's gonna be there? We're gonna have the notification icons by which it's gonna show the icon, schedule icon, and whenever we are showing the notification. And then also you're gonna have the notification colors, the billing, a reminder, success, payment failed, trail expiry, expiring, price change, subscription cancels, renewal upcoming. So these all gonna be providing a certain type of setup. Now, after that, in that, like say in the source, you're gonna have another one which gonna be, let's say, services. So in the services, we're gonna create another file which gonna be called that dummy data. So dummy data.ts. So here, all the dummy data, whatever the data we are requiring to, we're gonna pass it right here as well as the type. So right here, as you can see, we have the type which gonna be notification type. Either it can be the billing reminder, payment success, payment failed, trial expiring, price change, subscription cancel, or renewal upcoming. So right here, instead of grabbing that, we can now simply, instead of passing that right here, we can just grab that notification type directly here, and automatically we have our notification flow. So we have our theme flow to use the proper colors. So whenever you want to change the background, change it here, and automatically you're gonna just have it properly done. So right now, if I just put, let's say 000, as if we take it from here, it will capture, because our background is coming from that global CSS, it will not capture right here. Also, you're going to have the notification config by which you can configure the notification. We have our animation config by which we can configure our animation setup. So as we have the custom notification setup, so right now let us go directly again in the layout. We will configure some more setup here. As you can see, we can also use that theme provider if we are using that theme, especially for in the layout. But I think we will not go through the theme this build. First, we will move with this splash screen, and before moving there, as you can see, I replaced some of my icon, which I'm going to use it. As you can see, splash screen icon and our base icon, and no worries about that, because in the repository, you will get every single line of code which you are typing here, every single properties which we are going to use here. Now in this splash screen, I want it to be a very much like pretty much in very good and proper design setup. So first of all, we can provide a status bar right here. So status bar, and we can get the status bar as the React Native, and by default we already have that. And now I will go with some frequent setup, because I want to show you that you can really make things pretty cool, especially when you're trying in a very different mode. So now here we should have some R for that, like say it should be background orbs. That's design, it will be just to show some design setup, and then it will be our main content. First we're going to get the main content, then we are going to grab our design together, so that in that way it will be pretty cool to go and make things done. So in the main content here, first of all, there should be a view, and within that view, we're gonna make an animated view, should be animated from the React Native dot, that should be view. And within that animated view, we're gonna have a view, and then we're gonna have, let's say just put a text right now, should be have a logo. So this is the logo at the top, but now this splash screen combination gonna be mixed up with some of the style. I'm gonna go with that some class name and style, just you to understand. Later on we're gonna move directly to our actual class name in entire build. So here how you can input that style, so should be flex, and you can keep it as one, and then ln item should be center, justify center, you can keep it, and then also we can make that one like say padding horizontal, which can be, we can make it as 28. So now you can see we have a very good padding. Now what we want to create a perfectly logo which we can utilize and we can use everywhere, like entire application. We are going to maintain our logo from a single file, from a global file, and to do that I'm going to go in my components, and here I think it will be better to go in the common. Here as you can it's in the constant, so we can go directly to create a file called global logo, or you can just simply say logo dot, or you can also make that global logo .tsx. It's up to you how you want to keep it. I'm going to just keep that logo.tsx rnfe. So now this will be our logo setup. So I'm going to go here, and instead of this one, let me just grab the logo right from our component so we can see our logo. Now what's the things can pass within that logo? We will have some kind of variable, like we can pass the property, like we can get the size, we can get the color, we can get the variant, what kind of variant our logo, either it could be primary or monochrome or dark or light, it depends on that. So within a single flag we can get our static build setup. So now, of course, this just to let you know, you can do that, but of course we will not just make those things right now. So we're gonna get that size, and by default size it will be 32, and also you will get the color. If you want to keep the color, you can keep it, and the variant it should be by default. I'm gonna keep that color as the variant should be the primary, and within that view, I'm gonna keep our image from our React Native. You can use the Expo image, you can use the fast image. There is a various option on there. Let me know in the comments which one you are preferring and why. Because if you let me know which one you're preferring, then I will go through a comparison to show you which one is the better, which one is rendering pretty faster, especially when you're building application using React Native. Now we can create a global component for the image, or also we can go with just simple way like that. So we can go the require, and over here we can just go dash dash dash, I think to dash here, then you'll go in the assets, and then from the images we can directly get that, let's say icon.png, which will be my icon. Now of course you see the entire logo getting the whole over the color, which should not be. Here we will provide some of the style to make things better, and the width should be the size, whatever the size we are providing. Height would be the size, so the same width and height you see right now is getting in. And of course then we're gonna make that align item should be let's say it's gonna be center, and after that also justify content, which we're gonna make that as center. And of course right now, instead of putting that, you can also define that within the style sheet. So let's say it will be const let's say style should be style sheet. So from there you can just simply pass that. Let's say it will be let's say I'm going to make that as logo view. So I think this one is not required. Why I forgot how to type that, maybe. Okay, what is saying expression? Okay, type of style sheet has no signature. Okay, maybe I forget how to write style because of the tailwind css. We need to define that style sheet dot create, otherwise style sheet cannot take the color. That's the one I forgot, because this happened once you are not writing a lot of not writing like a long time in this scenario. Okay, so now what we can see, this size, this align items, we can pass that because this is the global layer, so we can keep that one as it is, but we can also make that one as a logo. We can put that color here, as you can see right now. We can pass the style, so the style should be, let's say it will be styles dot logo. Okay, so now over here we can pass whatever, like I will take the weight from the 100% of that, height would be 100%, resize mode should be content. So now we got the weight, right? But we can provide like various setup should have the various size, but in our splash screen we're gonna provide a size which gonna be, let's say I'm gonna keep it as 46 to be aligned with the design. So right now I think this looks perfect, this looks marvelous to go by. So right now we have this setup to combine. Now, as we got the logo, so we can now start working with some more other things. But before moving further, I want to also secure some more setup. First of all, we need to get the router, of course. So we can define the router, which is going to be coming from the use router, and that use router is going to be coming from the Expo. And also it should be insets, and the insets going to be coming from that use a safe area insects, which going to be coming that React Native safe area context. And also we can get the width height property like wherever we're going to using, so we can just simply getting from that is equal to dimensions dot get, and of course it will go to get the window, and from there we can get the width, we can get the height. So this will define our entire window height properties. So in this way we can simply make functioning the other things, and also I can define some more animation reference. It's better to keep it in that way first of all. So this will be our animation reference, and you're gonna see it how beautifully we're gonna create those animations. So it's gonna be orb scale and orb 2 scale or 3 scale, logo animation, heading animation, sub animation, city animation, fill animation. So there will be a lot of animation, so feel free to go off this classification, which can really give a boost to you to understand how the animation can run, how those things can work. And the same way you see the Y ratio, how the logo like in vertical animation gonna work, and also there will be some animation which we can call as the floating animation. Okay, so these all are animations going to be running for the orb, and of course we're still not getting it right now, but of course we're going to bring up as soon as possible. Okay, so still we are looking forward to have especially to our animated view here, which is the logo mark animated view. And before moving further, we also need to provide some of the thing here, which gonna be, we will provide some of the padding top, and it's gonna be padding top and padding bottom, which gonna be coming from insert top and insert bottom to make fix things in proper way. Now this is gonna be, let's say it will be our logo mark. So the logo mark gonna contain our logo setup, and over here this is an animated view, right? On that animated view we are going to put that align items, which is going to be center, and then it's gonna be, let's say I'm gonna provide that opacity, and the opacity is gonna be, let's say logo animation. So whatever the logo animation opacity gonna providing, it will be that. And transform, it's gonna be combined that, because you need to provide an array of transform right here, then you can put that logo Y. Right now it's not, you can see right here how those things it will come by, it will come by for sure. And of course there is you can see right now okay, it's nothing here, no worries, we will bring it back, because if you just remove this setup like certain position, I think it will be seen right here. Yeah, that's the things. So this is just getting from the logo animation animated view value 0, because within the use effect, or we can just pull that each and every single scenario for the animation, so it will not stack a bit. So for that like the setup, we need to also get the use effect parameter to run everything simultaneously. And of course it's not so easy for making animation, especially in the React Native fragmentation. Is really it's really not cool. But you know, if you are looking forward to have a good understanding, you can easily implement that. So within that use effect, we're going to have certain kind of value. First value is that we are going to have that orb instead. You can see right here how easily it just inserted here. You see, just slide in from Y value. So this is the animated parallel. It's going to be coming here from the string or one scale from the top value 1 to damping agent stiffness 60. You can go through the entire class theme over there, how the animation can start, how the stagger gonna be running, and how that will dump and get the value, how the loop gonna congest it and make things run. This is just a time value to go and make some floating area. This is as what I say, if you go through that like to have a valid understanding, you'll make a very good shot on that. And also we're gonna have some CTA passed. So let's say it's gonna be get a value over here, CTA pressed. There will be an animation as well, which gonna be coming within the use ref. It should be new, and that animated dot value, we're gonna provide a value of 1, and then it's gonna be, let's say we're gonna provide it as the current. So this is gonna be for the CTA. And also there would be two more function here, which is gonna be handle press in, handle press out. So these two, handle press in and press out, because this both gonna reflect with the animation setup. So because of that, we are keeping in that way. Okay, so our declaration is done. We are now going to be concentrating our main view here. So this is our animated view. So after that also we can, now there should be some of the style here, which I'm going to keep that. So in that view, we're going to provide a style here. Again, I'm saying, if you are saying no, you use the Tailwind CSS, but now you're using the static style. No, it's just for this application layer. We're gonna just you know, make confirm on that, but later on we are going to be implemented. So that should be 86, and also height should be, let's say 86. So that should be, you can see right now how this is combining over here. Border radius going to be, let's say it will be mixed up for 24, and I'm going to provide a background color. So the background color should be coming for that colors dot card. Okay, I think we defined some of the colors, right? Okay, did we have that colors? I think we are happen to have making that constants theme. Okay, theme, we have colors. Yeah, we have the big colors. Okay, there is the card. Okay. I think okay, there is the card. Okay, so very good, very good. We can now put that colors dot card. Okay, I think we are good to go. So we have the colors dot card, and also we're going to provide the border width, which going to be 1, and also we're going to provide that border color, which going to be, let's say colors dot, it should be border light. So now there is that border, but if you just make, like if I just make that one as the red, you will find that color. You see that color? So it will be because later on we're going to make our entire background as the different background, so that time you will see that really makes sense. So I'll just pull that the style, so you can just toggle the video and to see the, just write it down. So right now if we just go and make that one as the pink, you can see right now this is the where we are looking forward to have it. Okay, so after that, now there should be like, we're gonna go with the platform setup, so we can now just get that platform from the React Native, and we can select the platform value here, and from there we're gonna just simple that if we have that iOS, what we want the behavior, and if we have that Android, what we have the behavior. And for Android, we are just going to make that elevation, which going to not like that, should be elevation as 4. And for the Android, we need to use some of the more like the shadow color, offset, and others. So this is going to be, I think that should be colors. Okay, so this would be the colors. Okay, right now you see there is a shadow which is coming to the primary color. That's why you want to saying that. Okay, so this is where our animation, like our view property is done. And after the logo here, after the logo itself, after that view, we're gonna put also a text, and the text gonna contain that the our application name, so should be the curator. It doesn't have the text. Okay, so that would be the text. You see the text is running here. Now this text one also, you're going to provide a value property here, put a style here, and that style going to be combining a lot of other separation. So this would be the style property. Colors we need to get from our colors. So the colors is primary, font size is 15, font weight 800, letter spacing 4, text transform uppercase, and opacity 0.9. So this is our global combination. And now we need to provide the animation behavior, because otherwise our background color is not getting what is supposed to be. So right now we're going to go to provide some of the style sheet here. So first of all, there should be, let's say it's going to be a top right large orb, so it's going to be larger one, and that should be an animated dot view, and it will be a self-closing view, similar the way it should be work as a self-closing div, you can say. So style, we're going to make that one, that should be like passing that as the position going to be an absolute position. And also we're going to provide that, I'm going to just also I'm going to provide that top going to be minus weight, and then also we're going to multiply with that 0.28 just to get the setup. And also after that we also gonna make that right, and the right should be, let's say, minus weight, and then it should be into 0.22. So it's gonna be just getting the place here. I think that's the minor error. Okay, so that's getting the place. And of course after that we need to provide a width and height. So the width gonna be the width, and we're gonna provide a up like a 0.9, so it will be around like a 0.9% of width. And height, we also going to provide the height, which is going to be the similar height. And also we are going to make that border radius, I think, and that should be width, and that should be into 0.45. So this is going to be a ratio here. And the background, which is going to be background color, and that's not the clip, should be color, going to be colors.primary. So you see that color, it's right there at the top. So that's what actually you're looking forward. And then the opacity, we're going to maintain the opacity, which is going to be 0.10. So 0.1 opacity here looks cool. And then the transform variation, we want to have that scale property. So scale, and over here we're going to make that one scale. So this is the one combination what I told you before, and the float one. So this is going to be, you can see this is just going to moving some bits. So if you want to make it more, you can just so that you can see the little bit slide animation going on. So this is the cool feature how you can make things done pretty decent way. And of course we will not use that class name right here, because as we are not using those setup right now, this is going to be something different, right? So flex one, and then we're going to make that background color. So background color as the colors dot background. Okay, and I think it's quite good. We have the background color, and maybe if we want to change the background color, that time you can change the I think there is our background color. Where is the background? I think did you change? This is the background. Okay, so I think that's the similar background I have here. Okay, uh, I think better I check it here. So this is the theme. So on the theme, I have the color. I want to check in my previous project because it can be it can be wrong here, of course. So I don't want to make the wrong. Yeah, it's okay. The same color. So we have nothing to be worried. We are in good hand. Okay. So now this is the one which we did. So pretty much we have everything right now. So as after passing one orb, so now we know how the orb can run. So, you can just go through it to be implemented. So right now I'm going to go with the second one that should be coming. Okay, I need to replace that colors. Okay, that should be coming for the second orb. As you can see right here, we are just changing the positioning, keeping everything as legit as before. And after the middle one, we also need to have an orb in the bottom to make sure those things to be properly aligned. Okay, you see the bottom, it's a small one, but looks better, right? Looks marvelous over here. Then also you're gonna have an inner ring, okay, which gonna make things looks perfect. Okay, so there is an inner ring right here, but where is the color for the inner ring? So inner ring, I think bottom right is small orb, we provide that, yes. So this is the inner ring. Okay, I'm gonna make that one. I want to see background color. Let me background color. I want to see where is that. Okay, that's the inner ring for the top layer. Okay, anyway, I think that's just to make the design speculation here. You can see that design is just moving forward. So in the meantime, I think this is the much more of it. So we have almost every single setup done right here. So also we have the main content, and on that view we have our animated view where we are keeping our logo and others. So right now, as we finish our logo, after the logo we also need to have something different, which gonna be headline block. Okay, so headline block gonna combine our headline setup. So it's gonna be coming as a view, and then it's gonna be coming with an animated dot a text, because the text gonna be with an animated value. So it should be track, that should be track, analyze, and okay, and I think lies, yes, analyze, and it's a cancel subscriptions, and that should be all in one place. That's it, just a proper message. Okay, so now over that, again, what I'm saying right now, you know how to put that style, because we are going to be using that like the dummies types, like the legacy type style setup, not the tailwind right here, because after from the home we're going to start it again. And what my request is that please to subscribe the channel and like the video, which going to be really a boost for me to make like this kind of video. And of course try to finish that. Okay, and of course the code, it will be with you, so you can just do it whenever you want. So the gap should be, let's say, 16, and also margin top should be let's say minus, why we are keeping minus 24. Okay, no, why are we gonna give minus? I don't think so. So margin top, let me just go 24. Yeah, I think looks good. So I want to check. So now for the animated text, I think, did I misplace that one? I think first one gonna be this one. Yeah, I think the text which I misplaced. Yeah, gain financial clarity. That should be the first text. Okay, so that would be the first one, and of course there would be that is a specified value here for that animated text here. The style should be similar like that. Should be colors. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Get financial clarity, and the color, the font size is 42, font weight, letter spacing. I can now put that in that different style, but it's not looks, because we're gonna left the rhythm. So I'm keeping it where the style it is. Now this is the one animated text, just to go combine by it. Then after below of that there should be another animated style text. Okay, I think okay, this one is that animated here. Okay, so 24. Then after that we're gonna also have another animated text right here. And okay, so the colors. Okay, so now track, analyze, and cancel subscriptions all in one place. Okay, looks good. So this is the animation, like that's the finishing. After finishing that, there should be another one. Let's say, okay, there should not be here. There should be here. After that animated text, there should be another one which gonna be coming that as a feature pills. Okay, so there we're gonna have some of the feature pills animation here. So that again animated, because all animation is gonna happen once we're gonna just make reload. You're gonna see that will be a very marvelous setup. So here I'm gonna take an array of things. You can also create the array at the top. Should be smart alerts, and then also it's gonna be, let's say, spend insights, and then it should be easy cancel. And as it's an array, we can simply go and map through it, and then we're going to take that one as a label parameter. And after that label, we can just provide an inline return. We're going to return a view, like that should be view. Okay, again the same mistake, should be view. And within the view we're going to have a text here, and within the text we're going to just simply pass the label. And of course you see that each child in a list should have a unique key prop, because this one should know that which one is going to running. So we need to provide a very unique key, and as the every text is different, we can just provide that key as the key prop. Okay, so now first of all, we have that animated view, and this animated view gonna have this style. The flex direction gonna be raw, gap should be 10, margin top is 12, opacity should be fill animation. You can see right here, there is a fill animation, animated value is 0. Then later on, we are changing that animation to provide a very good animation setup. So this is how the things gonna be happening. And again, in the comments, let me know if you are missing some of the style setup, some of the guideline, which you need more clarity. We can jump on it and we can make the things in very good setup, and to make you understand it better. Okay, so this is the one. And then again, for the value here, for the label here, also it's gonna contain like that. I need to rename that colors. Okay, so now here you see, did you see that? Okay, I'm gonna just okay, no need to have that. I'm gonna go with that previous setup, and you see the error gonna be coming by, and then I'm gonna now see the reload. You see how the animation is gonna happening is smart alerts, spin inside, easy cancel, because this thing is coming from here. Padding horizontal, padding vertical, border radius, background color, border width, and the border color. And of course, we can style the text as well. And of course, you can keep the Tailwind CSS right here. It will work. It will work. As I'm not keeping it, it doesn't mean it will not work. It will work. If you put in the class name, let's say text should be primary. You see, text primary. And let's say I'm going to make that text. Let's say I'm going to make that as SM. SM, how much is that? I think it's 14. Yeah. Okay, good. Text SM. And then, or you can just make that access. It can be, I think SM is good. And also font, let's say I'm going to make it as bold. Bold. You see, that's getting. You can keep that, but you know what I told you before. So I'll keep my promise here. I will try to get things done, because if you doesn't want to make the things like that, you can do it. You can do it. There is a whole lot of option to go by. So I'll go with that color, font size, and the font weight. So now right now what we have our entire segment, and now there will be another CTA section. After this view is done, there would be another section which gonna be CTA block, or you can say the button as well, because there would be some button and other parameter. Now over here again, there should be animated.view. Entire things is gonna be coming as an animated. Then there would be some pressable button. So in the pressable button, there will be a text, and the text gonna say get started. So get started. Okay, STARTED, get started. So this is gonna be one button, one pressable, and of course there will be some more other things. So on press, what's gonna happen? Remember, we have a value property like handle press in, handle press out. If you click, there should be some of that animation here, which gonna be, you're gonna see it once we are going to have that animation done in very good and decent way. So first of all, we're gonna have an okay, so we have an animated view at the global layer, which gonna get that. And I think this pressable and the other one again, there should be animated okay, there should be animated dot not value should be view. Okay, it should be within that parameter. So here the one, it will be there, and then we also need to provide some of the style setup for the next animation plan, the animated view here. So there should be style, should be, you see the width 100%, transform scale CTA pressed. And now that should be, you see right there how it's getting. So that's gonna be, you know, connoted once we have gonna done everything. Now of course we're gonna have an on press event here for this, especially whenever we are pressing that. So we're gonna have an on press event, and for the on press we're gonna just make that, let's say it's gonna be just coming a function router dot push, and here we're gonna make that one. Right now we doesn't have that, you see, we doesn't have a tab, we doesn't have a home. So even we try to click, it will not, it will go nowhere, you see right now. But we're gonna make that. I'm gonna just keep it for the reference because we are going to do it later on. Now we're gonna have to have this style, the similar combination setup. So of course we need to change the colors name. Okay, colors, and here as well at the top. Okay, so right now you see we have get started parameter, which is looks cool, but I think something I'm missing around, which I want. Okay, should be margin top, I think 20. Yeah, 20 good, or you can make as much as you want. So the same thing, once you get, go back, you see, cool, really cool, and looks so decent. That's what I really like about it. It looks so decent. Now here, of course, the button color looks not good because the text is not looks good. So I'm going to provide a color of white, font size, and of course, instead of dummy color, you can go in the theme and you can find that white color right here, right? So instead of that, there is a lot of way you can do that. So colors dot not warning should be white. So we have the white color. Now after that button parameter, so after the get is started, we can also provide another icon here, which is gonna be, let's say, material icons. So in the material icons, okay, I think material icons we should be getting from that Expo vector icons. So I'm going to go at the top, and over here let's say import material icons from the Expo vector icons. So it's say it doesn't have that, so let me just open our terminal, and I'm going to take another terminal, and let's say pnpm add should be Expo vector icons, because we need that dependency, otherwise how we are going to make things done. So now we have the icons, and of course you can go through the entire dependency setup just to understand how those things work, what kind of icon, because in the Expo it's all are lightweight, so it will not break that much like the Android or like the native build is how the way it work, you know, it's very difficult and delicate to go by. So now from the name we can use that arrow, let's say arrow forward, and also for the size we can put the size of 20, and also for the color we can provide colors dot white. So now this is going to be our arrow icon. Get it started, looks good. And after this animated view we're going to also have a divider. So divider width, so that would be or, there should be a divider setup which is going to just say or. So there, because after that we're going to also have another button here, then we're going to have another view. Within view we're going to have a text which okay should be a text gonna say or. So this is gonna be or text. And so we have two view here. So first view it's gonna take this one. So you know, flex direction gonna be evening on that. So and then after that we're gonna have a view setup right here. So that one gonna get by, okay, we need to get that colors. Okay, so now the view setup, as you can see right here, there should be a color setup right here. And after that, we're going to have that text setup, which we are going to provide a simple style right here. Okay, so it's going to be coming by. Okay, looks good. And after that, so we have the text tertiary, but I don't know where it has gone. So I'm going to go and provide after that. There should be another one. So let me just keep that. Okay. So now where is our old property? Okay, so this is the divider view. We have a gap. We have, let me just go that background color red. Okay, where it is? Maybe missing somewhere. So I'm going to reload it just to see if we're missing. Okay, we are missing the or, so it's not showcasing here. So right now, okay, it's not getting the things which supposed to be. Okay, so we have the height, we have width, so we're supposed to get it. Supposed to get it right. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna check if I, maybe it can be possible that maybe I made a mistake here. So let me see, and yeah, okay, now it's getting okay. What's happening here? Style is flex direction draw. Okay, we I think I cut the weight here. Yeah, that could be there. So if this color is just getting red, I think you can have some of the, yeah, now you can see the color. Instead of that, you can also make that as a primary color. So or primary right light color. I don't know which color, because border light is not look so good. Okay, so anyway, I think it will serve the purpose. Okay, so after that, you see that view. So after that view, yeah, I think after that view here, so that's the, I'm gonna keep another, like over here it should be another pressable. So in that pressable, it would be, let's say, sign into existing account. Okay, so that will just go and pass by to, you know, you, if you have an account. Okay, that's my bad, because every time we want to put any text, it should be within the text property, otherwise it may not hit on that. So of course in on press value here, and of course I'm gonna just keep that as the reference, because router dot push, later on we're gonna bring all of those router. And here it's going to be passing that, it's going to be getting from that, let's say auth, and here it would be sign in. We're gonna bring that things down. So this would be one separation of done setup here. So also the color, it would be the similar color of that should be colors, and here it would be something like that, sign into existing account. Right now it doesn't have, no worries, we're gonna bring that back. So this is the one, and another one is gonna be coming here, which gonna be providing a very legit text after the festival here, which gonna say here that by continuing to that you are agree with the terms and policy, terms and privacy policy. And then after below over it, it should be, let's say it's gonna be passing that as a bottom home indicator, indicator area. So that's going to be holding the bottom home indicator area, and that should be a view, and there should be another view which is going to be self-closing view here. And of course, if we summarize entire setup, I think it would be something like that. Okay, so colors, that's just at the below layer. So you know, it can be just put you a bit, you see right here. So a very good collaboration here, I think so. So right now we have almost everything. So let me just go, I think that's the one, right? Yeah, that's the one. So this is going to be passing you to the absolute position here. So you can just go and click, it will automatically relate you to the home right now. But as we doesn't have the home, so we doesn't have any other route here as well. So we need to create those route to make those setup done. Okay, so we have the splash screen, right? So after splash screen, how we want to move forward? And of course, we want to have the tab setup, because without tab, it will not be in a very good motion to go and pass by, because we're going to have 4 tabs. So in the app, we're going to have certain kind of setup. We're going to have our auth. So this will contain entire our auth verification. And in the auth, we're going to have 2 routes. So as you can see, so in the auth value setup, we can create the layout. So I'm going to just go and, or I'm going to just create first the sign in. Let's say sign dash in dot tsx rnfe. rnfe should be, let's say, that will contain, let's say, it will be similar as the Next.js. If you develop any Next.js application, you are good to go with that. You see rnfe, now I can make that sign in screen. That's it. It will create a sign in screen. And now if I go to create another, let's say sign up.tsx rnfe, and that one is the sign up screen. screen. So this two screen is done. Then of course we need to wrap it with the another, because there will be some more screen. Should be, let's say, a forgot password, password.tsx rnfe. So that should be forgot password. And then we're going to also have to have that our verify OTP. So verify dash OTP dot tsx rnfe. That should be verify OTP screen. And then we're going to have our one of the most important one, underscore layout.tsx. So this file is the overall responsible to create entire source and entire setup done. So now if we just make that, let me just create one function, export default, and that should be a function. And we're going to give a name of the function. Let me just give you the name of that auth layout. And over here, we're going to simply define that. Let me just get the return value here. And from the return, we will return from that stack. Stack going to be coming from the Expo Router here. And on that stack, it's going to be just stack.screen. So that going to be first one. It will be, let's say, and provide the name. Let's say it should be name, which going to be coming as the sign, sign, sign in. And the same way we can just duplicate, and that should be, let's say, it's going to be coming as a sign up. And of course we're going to get all other routes. And here in the global layer, we can just simply make that screen options, where we can just simply pass that header shown, which gonna be false. We don't want to show any header. Now if you go in the splash screen, you can see right here, whatever our tabs home is still not yet done, but our login purposes, if you sign in, if you just click on that, it has that sign in parameter. So it has the route. So our route is created. So this is a pretty good simple scenario how you can create your route and other fragment. Now let's go back to our setup. We're gonna bring back the other menu. Now we will move to like a style and create our tab screen, which is the one of the most important screen in our entire setup. So in the app, I'm going to take a directory here, which is going to be coming as a tab. So whatever you're going to keep within that screen, it will be our tab screen. Now over here, we're going to have like, we will create some tab. It's going to be, let's say, going to be home.tsx rnfe. So that would be our home screen. So after that welcome screen, people will land, like if you click on get started, they will move to that particular screen. We're going to bring it back. Then we're going to have also our, let's say after that, we're going to have our dashboard. So dashboard.tsx rnfe. So that should be dashboard screen. Okay, and then we're going to have total 4 screen here. That also it should be insights.tsx rnfe. So it should be insights screen. And the last one, it will be for screen, that should be subscription. And by the way, you need to keep that screen name as the smaller lowercase, not capital or camel case. It should be lowercase, and better if you can keep it as a snake or dash setup. And then it's gonna be so, and that should be subscription screen. So now we have 4. So now we need to connect those screen within our layout, because without layout we can't connect this screen. So now this layout is one of the very important layout, because our tab value and everything gonna be connoted right here, and this one gonna be a lot of fun. Just trust me, it will be a lot of fun to create those setup. So first of all, we're going to go with some of the setup. Now we're going to have the tab bar. So first of all, it's going to be simply passing that an export default value. I'm going to take a function which going to be, let's say, tab layout. So you can put a tabs layout or tab layout, doesn't matter. In both way, it will just pass its own calculation. So in the return, we're going to return within a tabs, and the tabs going to be coming from that Expo Router. Okay, so it now gonna be defined from where? It's don't get the Expo Router UI, should be Expo Router here. So this is our tab value for the first instances, and then within tab value we're gonna have a tabs.screen. So first screen it's gonna be, let's say, I'm gonna provide a name. Sorry, it should be a name which gonna be a home. So this is our first screen. So I'm going to copy it 3 times. Okay, it's going to be auto completing. It's happening. Okay, now we have around 4 tabs. Okay, if we click on any of the get started, still we are not happen to have there. Okay, so right now, okay, I think did we just put tabs? Yes. So let me go and grab it here. So if we go right here, yeah, there's the tabs home, but still it's not grabbing. Okay, let me just check. Okay, this is the tabs home. Now it can capture, click on that. You see, we are now in the home screen. So it's just redirecting, and you can see the tab value here. You click on go dashboard, insights, subscriptions, and home. But we don't want to show that, especially that menu setup, like the way we're not looking for the screen headers, right? So what I'm going to do, that screen options, and here I'm going to make that header shown. So header shown should be false accordingly the way we want it to be. So now this looks fine, but now we need to create that header menu. And how we can do that? First of all, we need to create a tab bar. So a tab bar, which is going to be typically a function here. And here we're going to bring everything as a props value. And from the props value, it's going to be coming that custom tab bar. Okay, so that would be our custom tab bar. We are going to create it, and we're going to spread everything, whatever the props value we have in the custom tab bar, it's going to be passing that. Okay, I'm going to just make that. Okay, cool. Now you see, looks cool, right? So now we are going to create that custom tab bar. So this is the function which is going to be responsible to create everything to make a line. I'm going to create it at the top. So that would be, I'm going to comment also so you can understand that one. So wrapping, it should be global tab bar routing override smoothly. So there will be a multiple connotation here. So now, of course, you can make that const, let's say custom tab bar, and over here we can simply pass every single variable. You know, you can either keep it as an arrow function or a normal function. Is up to you how the way you want. So that should be bottom tab bar props. Okay, first of all, I'm going to get that props here. So that should be in a very good notation here. Okay, so bottom tab bar props. So that's going to be defining within a type property value here, which we need to create, by the way. So right now, we do you have any type value here, which where we can just go and simply align everything? I think that type, it will be automatically coming from that bottom tab. So I'm going to just define it at the top. So import, and that one should be coming from, that should be at React navigation bottom tabs. Okay, so that's the tab bar. The property is going to be coming, let's say bottom tab bar. I think bottom tab bar props. Yeah, something like that. Yes, so now we have the entire props property. We can now simply get that. So custom tab bar, we can now also, you can check the name property here if everything is good to go. So this is going to be there, and also there should be some of the type which we can, okay, we can keep it later. So first we're going to fix those things. So from the over here in the custom tab bar, we are going to grab some of the property. It will take the state, and also it will take that navigation property here. So this, the value it's gonna be take here, and the in return property here. So it's gonna be, let's say, get the blur view. So I think the blur view, we can, I think we need to we can use any of the property. I think Expo blur has that blur view property. So import, I think it can simply get from Expo blur. So we doesn't have that. So let me just go here, and there should be another package to be implementing. So the second one. So clear pnpmi expo expo dash blur. Okay, so this is the package which gonna give us that blur effect property. So blur. So from the expo blur, we need to also grab that, let's say, blur view. Okay, so this is the view which we are going to use. So that's view gonna okay, should be blur view. Okay, why? Okay, now I think we are pretty good. So you see, those things is done, because now within the blur view, as we have the custom tab bar, now we need to put everything on that custom tab bar to have to show and to view each and every single compartment. And again, if you know how to do it at one time, you will rock all the time, because this is pretty simple and pretty stylish to go by. So first of all, we're going to put that in like that intensity, which going to be coming on that 85, which is pretty decent. And then okay, and then after that intensity one, then also you're going to provide that tint. The tint should be dark, and on layout, which going to be also a event handler, like a function here, and then set tab bar width. Okay, set, I think we need to now also bring up like certain kind of state right here. So over here I'm going to define two state. One going to be coming from that use state from here, and use share value also coming from that property. So and from here set tab bar width, which gonna be e dot native event dot layout dot width. Okay, so right now as you can see, we have the tab bar width and set tab bar width, then active index, and which gonna be passing in the use share value the state dot index. So first one gonna be coming as an property value of the first one. Then in the blur view we have that layout effect. Then now we are going to provide some of the style here, which will make everything looks pretty decent and cool. Now, of course, there's a lot of things going on. We have that position absolute, bottom 24, left 24, right 20, left 20, right 20, border radius 40, height 64, elevation 15, shadow color, shadow offset, shadow opacity, shadow radius, and flex direction gonna be coming as a raw, because we're gonna provide an array of items, then item center, padding horizon to 8, and overflow should be hidden. So right now, maybe you were thinking, what's going on? We can see nothing. Of course, you will see nothing yet, but also there should be running another use effect property, just to go and take the effective value here, just to make everything good combined, and use time thing should be coming right there, and easing should be coming from React Native. Okay, so these things are okay. I think anything having any problem? Okay, did we get the things? Okay, use theming. From where we take that? I think React Native reanimated. Yeah, use timing. Yeah, use timing. So with timing, and here, okay. Okay, I think instead of keeping it right now, because we need to provide some of the other setups, I'm going to just, comment it for now. We're going to come back to later. You see right now, we have the property value because we have the color setup. So which going to be providing on that. So shadow color and others, I think right now we are getting the weight. So now it's time to start pouring the items right here, which can be makes a lot of things. So now here, if we have the tab bar weight is bigger than 0, then we want to provide something, right? If it's bigger than 0, we want to make that, let's say, sliding indicator. So SLIDINGINDICATOR. So indicator. So of course, we doesn't have the sliding indicator yet. We need to create that one. So top of that, you see the top of that value, we can just, we can pass that everything over here. So we can just simply pass that. We also put a comment here so you people can understand. There should be extracted sliding fill block. Okay, so it's going to be fill block, and that should be, okay, I think that's going to be enough. Sliding fill block. Okay, just you to understand. So const, it should be sliding indicator, sliding indicator right here. And over here I'm going to provide some of that. Let's say it's going to be taking that, it will be coming just with some of the style property value here, which gonna be combining everything. Right now we're gonna okay, shared value I think is important. I think it's cool. Okay, so and of course we need to provide a return value right here, and on that return I'm going to provide right now the animated dot not animated, okay, animated, okay, it's imported, right? Dot, not like that, animated dot view. Okay, so right now I think it's okay. Okay, so right now what is happening, of course, sliding indicator, you're gonna have the state and others. So we have the state, we have the tab bar width, we have the active index, which we are taking state, any state, tab bar width, number, and active index should be the shared value as the number. So right now we're gonna get to like two property value here, which we're gonna define right here. One is going to be, okay, use animation style, which need to be imported there also. Okay, browse, are you sure? Okay, sliding indicator, what is saying here? Okay, let me just use share value. Okay, should not. So this is okay. Why this is just a function right here, so that should not be affected on that. So this is just providing the sliding value here, put it using and translate y value. Okay, anyway, we're gonna go with that. Let's say to be defining properly, we'll make that. So this one we'll just make a self-closing animated view here. I think in that parameter it will not make any issue. So here animated, I think I'm gonna just grab it. So however, I have here, I think maybe it can be mismatch any property. So let me just grab the colors. Okay, so right now it's getting the position is absolute left for 8 with 48, height 48, or radius 24 and others. So now it's gonna be getting that animated indicator style. Okay, so that style gonna be coming using that use animated style property value here. So right now what I'm gonna do, let me just make a reload here and let us see if we can. Okay, still routes cannot read property routes. Okay, where we are using the routes, that's my question. Routes. Oh, okay. Hmm, that is cool. Okay. I think I am um maybe fascinating on something else. So this is the indicator right here. So we have custom tab bar, we have the blur view, and in the blur view, yeah, you see. So this is, I think, sliding indicator. Okay, we didn't pass the state yet. Okay, we didn't pass the property. That was the problem, because we got the value, but we didn't pass the value from here. How we can capture? You see right here, we got the value like in the custom tab, but we have not like here. I think in the indicator, yeah, we have a state, we have tab bar width, we have active index, but we didn't pass it. So from where it gonna get that? Okay, anyway, so right now we have the property value. So I think this one also it will work right now. Okay, because use effect value need to be implemented, use time thing need to be grab it, easing modes need to be grab it, then it can come. Okay, still okay. Anyway, we will just okay, I think better keep that imported. I'm gonna just make it as a comment. Okay, so right now we have this view. So in the blur view, we have the sliding indicator, but we doesn't have the value, like actual value. Like we need to have the icon, which gonna be moving up, and the other things, right? So we doesn't have it yet. How we can get that? So that should be if state dot routes. So from the state routes, and we can map that like, oh, we have okay. I think we have the state, right? So let me just grab it. So this is the custom tab bar, right? So we are in the custom tab bar. Okay, we have a state. So in the custom tab bar we have a state, yeah, okay, state and the other property. Okay, so I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. So over here, what we want is that it's gonna be coming a very big one. So that should be state dot routes dot map. So from here we're gonna map with the route, and also you're gonna tap the index here, and from the value property we're gonna return like that, because later on we're gonna return in line like this, and which gonna be getting that tab item. Okay, so the tab item which we're gonna create at the top. So there should be, let's say, the tab item which is gonna be the one of the very much more delicate item in this entire segment. So here it's gonna be tab item. So tab item. So const tab item, and right here should be return. Just I'm gonna return a view. Okay, just return a view, or then text hello. Okay, why what's wrong? Okay, I think where I put that, what's the logical error could be. So this is my tab view, right? So in the property we are going to have the tab view. Okay, I think this is my custom tab bar. I think I'm going to keep that here. Const tab item. Okay, return. view. Okay, just passing a simple view right now. Later on we're going to see what we are actually looking forward to have it. So now in the tab item, we're going to have a certain kind of property. We're going to have some key value, like to provide a, some icon name, which going to be coming with the icon name is focused on press value, tab with value. So there is going to be a certain kind of things which we need to implement. So there we're going to keep things done. So first of all, it should be getting that value as the is focused. Okay, so when our route should be focused. Okay, so is focused should be state dot index is equal to index. So means that if the index is equal to state index, whenever I'm going to click on the index, I'm going to make it true. So on that time it will be as in focus. And also it's going to be passing a very good legitimate function which going to be passing that on press event. And whenever an event, then in the on press value, the event going to be coming from navigation.emit, which going to be typed as the tab press. Target should be route.key, and can prevent default should be true. So it can be prevent the default value. And if focus, and if it's not like it's not is focused, and also if the event and default prevented is not true, then navigation.navigate, whatever the route name, whatever the route parameters, like whatever the tab value have, it will redirect to it. And then we also going to have that another property which going to be icon name. So should be icon name going to be is equal to icon dash map. So I need to provide that icon map property right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to define a pretty good, let's say a very good setup. So const icon underscore map. Okay, so that should be a record, and from the record we're going to get that, let's say it record can contain string, can contain icon name. So should be icon name. And the icon name, I think or believe it would be a consideration here. So from there we can simply pass the value here. So the home should be, let's say it's gonna be home. Oh, okay, icon name. Okay, for the icon name, we can simply get the feather icon to be provided on that. So type, let's say icon name, and the icon name should be, let's say it's gonna be passing that to React, or you can simply pass that component type. It can be imported from the React, and in the component type, it can be, let's say it will be as a type of, and the type of it gonna be type of a feather icon from the Expo icon, and from here we can simply grab the name. So now we have the icon name property, and home icon should be home icon, the dashboard, whatever the name value we are keeping, the like the dashboard icon should be briefcase icon, and then the insights icon should be the icon for that, let's say it should be bar chart 2, and for the subscription not like subscription subscriptions should be settings. So either it can be settings icon, or you can just put that credit card. It's depend on you, whatever the icon property you are looking forward to have it. Now we have the icon map value property. As we have it, we can now modify to it, like whatever, wherever we are. So over here, so now we can now provide that property. So we can map to the icon, so icon map, and over here we can provide that route dot name. So route name, it can be there, it can be, otherwise it would be like, or it can be the circle. So that could be the icon name, and const inner width. So inner width, it can be coming if the tab bar width, and then if it's bigger than 0, so means we have the width, then it's going to be passing that as, let's say, tab bar width, and we're going to minus a 16 over here, and then we're going to divide with that state dot I think we're gonna make that routes dot length or 0. So whatever, like I have 4 tabs, then I'm gonna provide the tab bars width, I'm gonna minus the 16 pixel, then divide it with that. If I have 4, it should be like 4 items, then in that way I can divide the specified items. Now this is my tab bar item. So this is the time to, bring back everything in the tab bar property, because this is the one which gonna generate the icon. Now you see it's looks pretty not so decent. Like you need to do a lot of things to, compile those things. So first of all, that's gonna be some of the property layer over here. We can be happen to icon scale, translate y scale, and then also there should be some of the effect to make things in focused value. So first of all, I'm gonna import it first so that it can be make a lot of sense to you. Okay, should be easing, should be React Native. Okay, so right now whenever we are in focused, you see it's gonna having an icon scale, gonna having a translate y value property, icon scale dot value, and translate y dot value. So this just gonna be creating a proper animation whenever we are going to click on that button. And also whenever we are making that animated icon style, you see how the transform is working. So we're gonna go and fix those things. Like we are creating those setup to just be providing an animation. So we're gonna make a touchable opacity here. So touchable opacity, in that opacity it's gonna be an animated dot view. Within that view it's gonna be a feather icon. So feather, so in the feather icon, the size gonna be, let's say 24 of the size. We can provide the name, and the name should be our icon name. So it's gonna be coming like that, icon name. And after that we're gonna also provide the color. So is focused, whenever our things is focused, should be colors dot white. And whenever it's not focused, we want to provide an RGB color. Okay, just to look this one nice. Now you can preferably put your own color the way you feel it better. Okay, the name is not as enable. Okay, I think okay, we have the settings icon. Maybe it doesn't have that settings. Yeah, the icon name should because we supposed to have those icons only. Okay, if we go here, okay, the home briefcase, I think some of the mismatching is happening. Okay, we can find that later on. So now we have that icon. So also for that touchable opacity, okay, so did you get the value here? We have, yeah, on press we have, tab width we have, so everything we have here. So right now over here in that opacity, we have the style property here, and then active opacity, which gonna be as the, let's say, one. And also on press, I'm gonna just keep the on press, the whatever the on press value we are getting. And I think for the animated view, the style should be, let's say, animated icon style. Okay, and if we hit that, I think we are still missing on something which it cannot figure it out. Let me just go. Tab inner width doesn't exist. So tab width, the inner width, so it's just coming from 188. So let me just grab it in 188. Maybe we forget to pass something. Tab inner width. Okay. So tab width gonna be passing that inner width. Okay, yeah, we are passing that width. I think there was some mismatching on the name. Then also we have like the async function is not worklet. Okay, there is one function which we are, I think this one which we just make things to work. Okay, now we'll go one by one to figure out where we are messing around, because we did a lot of things so it can mismatch. So let me just go in that use effect value property in the layout. Okay, fine, we have in 76. Okay, in the 76 value here we have the use effect property. So timing 1.3 use theming. So if we just just make that one hiding, is it gonna work? No. Okay, let me see why we are. Okay, in the tab icon for 61, this tab icon, right? We have the icon name is focused paste tab width. So this is the icon name we have, and the icon name is just the icon name from the feather is just grabbing, and then okay. Mm, 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 mm. Let me see. I want to see where the mistake I did. Okay, yeah, now I think it's getting work. Okay, so we have the settings icon which is not getting credit card, and the feather icon. Okay, I think it doesn't have an icon, so feather icon is nothing. So let me just check. Let's say Expo feather icons. Okay, so Expo vector icons, right now this is the documentation. So now for the feather, okay, anywhere is showing that, okay, Expo vector icons right here. So feather, okay. Not the feather, because the feather settings. So that's the settings, right? SETTINGS settings. Should this icon is right there because I used it before. I think maybe I need to remove some cache or delete something, but this icon is right there. I know, I have 100% sure because I use it. So right now what is happening, I think I will revert it back. Okay, I'm going to go in my previous setup because I want to check what's wrong with our code. Once we tried, it was not working. You see, we have the error property value here. So I want to see what's the things we are messing around. So first of all, I will go in one estimation, just a quick view, just to understand what's the wrong thing we did. We have the colors fader, and from the Expo vector icons, we have the bottom tabs. We have Expo blur, Expo router. We have the React import, touchable opacity, and then we have our animated animated erasing. Okay, I think the yes, that's the problem. The easing should not be coming from React. Okay, this should coming up from that React Native reanimated. Yeah, that was the problem. Just to one import, you see everything was collapsed. So if we just make that, let's say our briefcase is gonna work. No, I think this require just to have to you can just cache your clean your cache and it gonna work. So right now we have our tab bar view over here. So I think everything looks pretty decent and cool. One error which we are getting right now is this. Okay, cleanly. Okay, the error is showcasing right here in our okay icon name. Okay, so this is the error which we are getting right now. So first of all, let us go at the top. So in that component layer here, so we have a type which going to provide that icon component type. I think it's cannot, yeah, it can't read from that. Remember, we use that component type. It should be component props. So component props. Okay, it could have it could happen sometimes because when we are writing a lot of, you see, it's just a lot of delicate code right here, so it can be mismatching, but nothing to be worried, everything good to go, because at the end of the day we're gonna build everything. So first of all, as you can see, we have our entire setup, so it's our time to build our home screen to make things looks better and clean. So we're going to build the entire home page, like home screen, in a pretty decent way. So first of all, we will go to make that one, like we're going to remove that, and then we're going to have that safe area view. So safe area view. So in that view, it's going to be coming from a React Native safe area context. And on that view, it's going to be coming, let's say, I'm going to just put a text right here. That should be home headers. Okay, just to combine that, it will be in home header. Now in the safe area view right here, we're going to put that, let's say, edges should be, it's going to be coming as the top. And then also it's going to be not like that, should be coming within array properties. And over here, we are going to roll back our, like the previous style, the way which we are actually going to pouring our style, especially in that structure, which is going to be tailwind CSS, which is using the native wind, should be flex one. And over here also, we can provide some of the style here, like the default style for that our particular segment or ratio, or you can make the way you feel it better. So you can see right here, style could be, let's say I'm going to make a background color, which going to be background color. So should be color, which going to be make that a color. dot background. Okay, so that is going to be our entire background color. You see the top layer, there is a background statement is going on. So first of all, we are going to create a common home header, which going to be using in particularly all of the home layout. Okay, so this temporarily going to be initialized to use entire home segment. So to do that, we're going to go in the components and we're going to create a home header .tsx rnf. So that would be our home header, and we're going to just simply, instead of the text view, we're going to simply get that home header property. So you see right here, we got to have our home header. Now in the home header, we're going to have a certain kind of value right here, and of course we're going to get some of the property value. It can be coming within props from wherever we're going to passing, because later on it's going to be changing some of the icon properties, some of the text property. It depends. So that could be in the home header props. It can be the name could be coming, get rating, avatar URI on avatar page. So entire thing's going to be coming as a property. So as a props, and this props going to be just taking from that home header props. So this is going to be our property value. And of course, we're going to have our router should be coming from that use router, and not from navigation, but from the Expo router. Okay, not router info, should be router only. Okay, Expo router. And also you're going to have that const path name, which going to be, let's say, going to be use path name from the Expo router, by which we will get our actual path ratio, which route we are happen to have in. So right now we're going to have a multiple parameter here. So what I'm going to do, instead of happen to have the view, I'm going to use that animated dot view, as everything gonna be happen to have in our animation. So first in the left side should be, let's say it's gonna be coming an avatar, and also plus it would be greeting. Okay, so this combination we are going to create right now. So this is going to be one side. So in that avatar greeting, so this avatar, and also there should be a right side. So right side where we're gonna all the actions gonna be passing by. So to grab that avatar actions, we are going to use an touchable opacity here. So within the touchable opacity, we're gonna have a view. So that should be our, let's say, view. Within that view, we're gonna have our global logo. Okay, or you can just simply say it could be our logo, VIEW. So again, okay, need to import the view. So this is our logo here at the top. So we are a little bit decipher the way it can be. So in over here in the animation, we're gonna just pouring that. So let me just I think it should be entering. Why is not showing? Should be fade in from that React Native reanimated, and should be fading dot duration, which gonna be coming as, instead of this one, should be 0.85. Okay, so I think the animated view, it's not gonna be coming from that React I think it need to be coming from that reanimated. Yes, React reanimated. Animated, yeah, this one. So right now we can have that. So we have that fade in duration, which going to be coming from 0.85. Later on you're going to see how those things can or not like that. I think instead of pouring that, this is the overall view, right? So I think we can just keep a 500 delay ratio here, because this is the overall global view. And for the class name should be for the class name here, flex row, because the left side view and the right side view both going to be coming within it. So items should be center, justify should be between, and also padding x should be 5 and padding y should be 1, z english should be 50, and also I'm going to make that bj should be background. So this is the one which going to be passing by. You can see we have a padding axle, so it's going to be 20 per side too, or you can also keep 4, which going to be getting 16. So it depends. Just keep I just keep it 5 because it's worked for me. So it's up to you. Now in the touchable opacity view here, so there it can passing some kind of separation. So if we have that avatar view, if we have avatar, so I'm going to just passing that an icon of the avatar, which can simply assign if we have that. So if we have the avatar view, I will just keep the logo and image. Okay, so if we have the okay, so right now So right now it is squashing everywhere, but we're gonna fix that. It is because you see that here the width and height, which gonna be is spanning a lot of scenario. So you're gonna put a class name here. It's gonna be a flex row, and here item should be center, and I'm gonna put a gap of 3 just to provide in between. And for that view, put a class name, because we have that avatar already, that avatar view setup, because we have the avatar URL. So it's gonna be providing that avatar URL. Right now, we're gonna provide a width of 12, height of 12, and then rounded should be full. You can see right here it's getting in position. And then as we have that, now we can put some of more that rounded full, overflow should be hidden, item should be center, and justify should be center, and bj should be card bj. Okay, so right now over here I think we are not seeing anything. Also we need to provide another style property, so style, and that style gonna be, let's say, border width. I think we can no need that, should be, let's say, border should be border, you know. But where is our image? So if we doesn't have that avatar, okay, that is not so nice. Okay, so hmm, so we have that left avatar, but in the touchable opacity, we have that flex row. I think active opacity, which going to be 0.85, just to for an active viewpoint, and also on pace, on avatar pace, we're gonna keep it later. But right now, why I can see that? Anyway, if I remove that and just put the logo, is it gonna work? Yeah. If I don't put that, I can get the logo. But if I put with that avatar, okay, image, let me grab it. Oh, what's wrong with that? So the URI we're gonna get as an avatar URI. So if we have the avatar URI is equal to that one. So if we have that, if we have avatar, otherwise, okay. Anyway, I don't want to use that condition. It's making me confused. So I will use that our logo setup just to go by in prerequisite. Anyway, so after that view, we're gonna use that another view here. And then remember, we have a theme text that is just coming in the example viewpoint. So you can use that one. It just happened to have right here, which is all our fraction is just passing in the theme text in that example, which we can bring from there. You can copy it, and after copying, as we're gonna, you can remove that example if you're not recurring to it, and over here you can use that theme text as well. So you can use that, you need to use that hook forms, you need to use the other property. So this up to you, either you are going to use it, or you are going to simply use it like you can just simply use that our text value, right? That depends whatever the preferences you have. So in here, so we have that greeting. Okay, so that should be the greeting message. So right now we're gonna have a greeting okay, in the home screen. So we need to pass that greeting property and others. So by default, we are keeping any greeting here. So in the home screen, okay, in the home header, we have the property, but we didn't keep any default property. So the name is going to be coming as a curator. So we can just simply pass that. Yeah, I know now I know why it was not working, because it already grabbed it, but we didn't define it right here, right? So right now, if as we defined the property, because it cannot read that beforehand. So that was the extraction. So as we defined right now, so it can now work properly. And now if we put the image from that React Native, we should be happen to see one image right here. And of course, there should be some complication here, I think. Okay, so should be okay. Let me check again what we are missing around here. So the avatar view here, so this gonna be passing like that. So that should be our logo, and that should be our image. Okay, so now we can see as we have that avatar and logo, you can just hit reload just to see view here. If you want to know, I don't want to see the avatar, then you can just simply scroll it. You can see the welcome back. So that's up to you. So you can see right here, instead of like that, if we have avatar URI, you can just simply pass the condition here. So if we doesn't have, like if we have avatar URI, you can just pass that, and then you can move your logo right here just to show your user icon. You see, welcome back. Now, of course, for this one, as it's gonna be a theme text for the class name, text should be, let's say, base, font should be semi-bold. Good, we're good to go. So this is the one text right here, and after that we can copy it. Then we can just simply, after that, paste that one, which is going to be just grab that name. Okay, so you can put any name right here, whatever the name you are preferring. So in the theme text, we have heading 2, heading 3, like those setups. So I think I'm gonna copy that. I think I'm gonna copy that. So theme text, which is one of the most important one. So instead of getting from there, I think we can get from my previous right here. So I can just remove this one. This is the theme text. So there's the theme context, which we are going to get that. So use themes. I think for the colors, we are using that. So I think no need that. So for the colors, where we're using the color, we can just simply use our own colors. So where is, okay, style props, text props, okay, okay, theme text. So use theme. We are not going to use any theme. Okay, so yeah, that's not required. So now we can simply use the theme text. So instead of passing those two layers, now we can just simply go and review those setup. So we can just simply pass the theme text right here, and we can just simply import it from our theme text, not from the example. And you see, we're good. Welcome back, curator. And by the way, you can simply remove that example here, which is not good, because it, if anytime you import anything, it can break. So right now in the theme text, it has a very good, you see all the caption variant, heading 2, heading 3, so that they have some kind of class name and others, which is pretty good. So right now, as we have the theme text, we have touchable opacity here, and whenever we are going to click on that particular view here, we're going to also have an on-click property. So whenever we're going to on press property here, it should be, let's say, on avatar press. So what it's gonna be happen to have on avatar press. So whatever the press button gonna provide. Right now it will do nothing because we provide nothing. It will just create a fraction but will do no action. So now this is the theme provider. So this is the like all of the left side property. Now after that we're gonna have a right side view property. So in the view we're gonna have a notification bell icon. So notification, I think the bell maybe, yeah. Okay, so from where the icon it would be, because we need to be getting from that vector, I think the vector icon, or we can simply, I think we need to create a separate component where we can just provide that notification property. So that would be the component layer here, which gonna be combining like that. And again, we need to combine a lot of property because we need to create the notification colors and others. So that could be a lot of things, but we're gonna do it right now, so that in the same way we will be able to do that. So for that notification color and others, we will create a notification config property. So in the constant property, let me go back in our constants over here. Okay, there is the notification config. We already have it here. So in the notification config property, we have that colors like the billing reminder, payment success, payment failed, trial expiring, price change, and subscription cancelled, renewal upcoming. So every single setup has some of this layer. So now from there, we can just import and use it. So let us go back to in over here. So I'm going to just remove these things because we are going to export it properly. So now for the theming color, where we're using the theme text, yeah, theme text going to be our theme text. And then for the, I think the timestamp and item, okay, cool. The notification icons. So there should be the notification icons. and here it can be imported from const notification, and also I think also the same one from there. So both can be imported right here. Okay, yeah, we have that notification icons and then the other one. Now what we are missing, the item.timestamp. Okay, so if we go in the icons, we have that. Okay, we have that icons, but where we are missing around. Okay, notification type. Okay, do you have the notification type? No, yeah, we have the type, because in the dummy data, we created a dummy data right here in the services, and we have the notification type as the billing reminder, payment success. So we have those data there right now. But what we are missing around, I want to make a reload here. I think something is missing around right here. So whenever we are going to grab that notification, okay, so let us go and check. Instead of passing deleting everything, we're going to delete one by one. So this two, I think this two we have. So notification icons and those things, but well, we are importing that one. Okay, config, and also like the theme text we have already, so that should be implemented. And then what else is pending? Then this data, right? So the services data here, so we can just simply grab it as, let's say, I think services dash data. Okay, so we have that layer. So in the data, I think in the data for the services data right here, so we can go and check the notification. Okay, we didn't export it, the notifications. Yes, because in the data, we have the type for the notification. Then we should have some notification data right here. So of course, we are creating some of the dummy data right now. It just be passing to be make something right. Later on, we're going to connect our database, or we're going to connect our host to get our actual notification. Because first of all, we need to create our design accordingly. Then we're going to connect our setup. So you're going to create that billing, payment, and others. So this is the notification setup we have. So okay, so now we have notification, and you see right now, so type as notification. So we also need to get the type as the notification type. So the type of notification, it would be okay, it should be passing over here in the dummy. I think at the top of it, we're gonna also define another property, which gonna be coming as a notification type, ID string, type notification type, title string, body string, subscription ID string, subscription name, which gonna be string, amount number, timestamp string, rate should be Boolean. So this is the value right here. Then we also gonna have to have that use theme, where we are using the theme. Okay, let me just copy and check. So this is the theme colors. Okay, not theme colors dot text secondary. I think we can simply grab it as the colors to secondary. That's it. So okay, should be like that, colors to secondary. Okay, so what else? So we can now, okay, still use theme is using, where we are using more. So that should be colors to primary, colors to primary. Okay, after that, where we are using that, this one is not required. So right now, where is the color? Okay, yeah, that should be defined. So right now, we can also okay, still use theme is playing here. So use theme, okay, should be colors. Okay, right now I think yeah, use theme is removed. Okay, good to go. So now there is three more combination here which we need to combine. The path name, which notification ID we didn't create it yet. So no worries, that notifications which the route still we doesn't have it. So this is the old notification bell icon setup, which because whenever you're gonna click whenever you're going to click on the notification bell icon, it will open a sidebar for the visibility. You can see right here. So this is the concept to go by. once we are going to implement it much more of it, we will explain it much better. So this is the notification icon. If you click here, you see thus the model is opening with all the notification property here. So this is the notification bell icon, and where it will open a model property here. So this is the icon, right? So whenever you're going to click on that, you see the set notif visible. We are visibling the item parameter here. We are just making visible that our model here. So this is the model right here, and then it's the read, unread, every single setup we are just maintaining from here. This is the one setup which is going to happen to have that notification bell icon. And after the notification bell icon, there should be another icon property here, which going to be if the path name is not equal to, let's say, or we can just bring it up because it's just simple combination layer here. If the path name is equal to, I think the material icons, okay, should be colors. Okay, let me go here. If the icon, you can see here, if the icon is not is equal to profile, means we have a profile icon here which gonna be profile. But if the icon is not is equal to profile, there should be the profile route here, right? And also we're gonna provide a class name should be flex row, and here should be, let's say, item should be center and gap should be 2, just to provide a little bit hooks. So right now we have our notification keep on running. We have our this icon to go back to directly our profile setup. And of course, we doesn't have the profile, or you can create all the route segments so that it will not provide an like a synchronous error setup. So what I'm gonna do here in the app, we will try to modify like after the auth in the app, there should be another, let's say, details, right? This okay, I think details.tsx, not details.tsx. I think it will be, let me just remove that, delete that. So in the details, there should be an there should be details screen here. So there should be, let's say, it will be details / that ID parameter. Okay, so that would be the combination tsx. Okay, so that would be the details and ID. I think. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna remove all again. I think so. First, it will be details, then there will be a file called id and .tsx. So that should be our NFE item details screen. Okay, later on we're going to come back to it. Then we're going to have our notification setup. So here it would be notification, I think, yeah, that would be good. And after that, also the similar way, id dot tsx rnfe notification screen. So there will be some more screen, and then there would be the setting screen. So in the settings, there will be multiple screen parameters. So that should be, let's say, settings. So in the settings, we're going to have, let's say, it's going to be coming with that billing history .tsx. Let's say billing history screen. And then also we're going to have another screen name is that payment method. So should be payment method.tsx. Screens. I keep the name so you can understand it pretty easily. So I'm not trying to, float it more. And then we're going to have that personal info, personal-info.tsx. RNFE should be personal info screen. And after personal info screen, there should be security.tsx. Security screen. And after security screen, there should be the last one going to be coming from here, subscription.tsx. Screen. So this is all like the all other the screen going to be coming by. Beside of that, in the global, as we have that index, we have the splash, then also it's gonna be, let's say, it's gonna be having the checkout.tsx. So that should be RNFE. So that should be checkout screen. And after checkout screen, there should be one more, not this multiple. So history, let's say .tsx history screen. And after history screen, we're gonna also keep like say the notifications, like not the notification, but notifications dot tsx. So rnfe. So that should be our notifications screen. And then also we're gonna have one more icon, notification. Then we're gonna have also to get the profile.tsx profile screen. And then we have the splash. We also gonna have the success screen. uh, Success screen. And the last one in that parameter, it should be upcoming.tsx. That should be upcoming screen. So these all are the screen which gonna be combined all together. Now over here we have a layout, right? So in the layout we only provided that index screen and then the splash screen and others screen, but we need to combine everything. So in this stack we are, after that index splash, we're gonna cover up almost all the screens right here. You can see right here the index, auth, okay, must be unique index, auth, tabs, details, okay, something we, okay, no worries. I think some name. So this is the tabs screen, auth screen. Okay. Something maybe which we are missing a bit. So I'm gonna just go and make sure to that everything should work. So I'm gonna go and partially put one by one. So let me go grab it. And here, so in this tag dot screen, I'm going to provide that one, the second one, which the third one, the name should be coming as, let's say it's going to be coming as an auth. Okay. So is it taking? Yeah, auth is taking. So the same way, if I copy and paste, should be the tab should be also taking, right? And then, oh, I think something is maybe some naming was happened to have the problem. Details.id, okay, fine. Then upcoming checkout, I think some naming upcoming checkout, check, yeah, upcoming checkout. And then okay, notifications and notifications with id. Okay, yeah, I think we're good. It just, you, if you copy paste at the same time, it may not work, but you know it is gonna be working. So now I have all of the route to be provided. So it's time to make things more better, because now we can combine each and everything. Like we have the notification, we have the other setup. So in the home, on the meantime, we can now start building our entire data layer to show the data in proper way, like whatever what we are going to build and how we're going to build. Because there we're going to create a flat list by which we're going to see all of our current subscription, all of our separation, the data layer, and extract value and vendor item properties. And we're going to make it right now. Our entire homepage, it will be scrollable. Once I'm gonna scroll, it gonna like be show all the like items. So either we can use here scroll view, or we can go with the flat list. I think the flat list, it will be a pretty good choice for that. So let's just get that flat list from that React Native here. And that will be a self-closing component here. For the data, we can use the current subscription data, which we can provide the data layer. You know, it can be a, like it will go with the dummy data. So we have the dummy data component right now. So in that dummy data, I think we have the notification layout here, where we have the notification. Then also we are going to have that AI subscription data. So that's the one which we're going to use. Currently, we are going to use directly from here. As the one later on, also you're going to go and grab each and every single data layer. Then we're going to implement from here. So now this is the, for the logo setup, we can either go to create the logo in that way. So what I'm going to do, as you're going to have the entire file setup. So in the component over here, so let me just go grab in the component layer. So in that here, we're going to create a file which going to call that logos.tsx. So here we're going to create almost entire logo setup, whatever the logo we are going to be required. So first of all, as you can see, if there is an error, we can fix that. Okay, React Native SVG, which is not yet installed because we're going to use the SVG formation here. So overall, to use the SVG, we need to get it done. So that will be pnpm add. We're gonna add that React Native SVG component library to have to create all of those SVGs. You can see right here, we're going to get the circle, depth, linear gradient, and to generate entire icons wherever we're going to use it. So these are the icons we are going to use time to time. So right now in the time data, as you can see, we have that icon. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab the old icon properly at the same time so it will be easy to use. So let me just go and pass it here. So these are going to be the items which it will be entirely within that entire component layer or the file layer. So right now, as you can see, we doesn't have that subscription property over here. So top of that subscription, we can also define the type, what it will be that subscription type. We have the subscription, which gonna be coming for that AI subscriptions. And if we go directly here in the data layer, we should have two kind of data. So that's data gonna be one should be the AI subscription, another should be the streaming subscription. So after that, like let me go in the dummy again. So this is the AI subscription, which gonna getting that AI, OpenAI, we're gonna get the Google Gemini, and then Anthropic Cloud Pro and Grok Premium and others. And later on, once we connect to our database, we're gonna go directly creating those things from wherever we are actually going to look forward to. So right now, still, as you can see, we doesn't have all of those items. So I think for the streaming subscription, we need to go to grab that Netflix logo. Yeah, because once I just didn't unused whenever I'm saving unused a logo, it was just detached. So that's why it's not finding. Okay, I think I need to stop that extension to do so that. So right now for that, after the AI subscription here, we have the streaming subscriptions where we have that Netflix Premium, we have the Spotify Premium and the Amazon Prime, HBO Max, Disney, and so on. So this is going to be list for our actual data ratio. Now, of course, again, I'm saying whenever we're going to create our database structure, we need to upload that and the real time it gonna redirect and prefetch. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go and make that a type, or we can just save that interface that you can make that, let's say, subscription, or you can also define according to the type. So the type should be, let's say it would be subscription, and that should be is equal to the type of, and then the type of should be AI, let's say subscriptions. So that would be the one, and of course it would be a number value here. So this is the type for our subscription parameter. And then also we need to generate some of the particular scenario. First of all, we are going to have our router. So const router going to be coming from that use a router, which going to be coming from our, let's say, Expo router. So that would be use router from Expo router. And after that, we also gonna get that active category and set active category, because within that way we can monitor either our category is in active format or in inactive format, because you're going to have the toggle button. So it should be const, that should be active category, and that should be that let's say set active category. And by the way, it would be coming with an use state property, which gonna get from the React. And over here we're gonna define some of that very corresponding property layer here, which can really make sense over here. So first of all, in that sense, there would be the setup constellation, and of course there also it's gonna be the by default setup which gonna be providing here. And first of all, it will be either AI or it would be streaming. So two mechanism it gonna be connected here. And also we need to define whatever the current subscription plan it will be. So const, it should be current subscriptions, and the current subscription should be is equal to either, if the active category is equal to, let's say I have the active category as AI, then it gonna be coming that say AI subscriptions. And if it's not an AI, that should be it gonna be coming as a streaming subscription. So this is gonna be our data layer by which we're gonna know whatever data structure is occupying right here. So right now, as we have that formation, so in the data layer, we can now add that, let's say, current subscription. So this is going to be our data. And after that, we're going to have multiple scenario. First of all, we're going to have a key extractor by which we can define whatever the key value or key profs value here. So you can take every single property as an item, and every single one item.id. So item.id, and that one is going to be, let's say, okay, okay, I think I'm missing something. Why it's not working the way it's supposed to be? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go here. Okay, I was okay with that. So that should be key extractor. So in the key extractor, I'm gonna take everything as an item, and from the item should be item.id to now it's getting, so there was some error maybe. So this is going to be our key. Then it will be a render item. So what's the item going to be rendered? So I'm going to just simply pass that render. So let's say a render item. So that would be defined at the top. We're going to define that. And also it should be coming here with that list header component, which going to be coming as a list header, which going to define later on. And also you're going to have that item separator component. So in the item separator component, we're going to pass a simple view here. So that view going to define that it's going to be just and self-closing view. And in the view, you're going to have a class name. You're going to have a, let's say, class name. Why this I think the class name, yeah, that should work. So class name should be is equal to height should be 3. Okay, done. Okay, I need to import the view is not getting here from the React Native. Okay, so right now we need to also provide a certain, because we need to get the render items and all of those things. So after that item separator container, then also show vertical, we can make that later. Okay, so right now our first thing is that we need to get our both of those combination done. So first of all, we're going to define our list header component. So below over there, we can just make that list header component, let's say header, list header. And on that list header, I'm going to just simply put an arrow mark here, and just I'm going to make a return. So in the return, it could be just a view, and then it would be just a text going to be coming here, then should be passing as header. And also for the render item, as we're going to pass the render item, so that should be const, let's say render item. I think that's the name we use. Okay, so the render item gonna be combining a lot of other parameter, but for our safeguard, we will do in a very simple and very strict fashion. So in the render item, we can get everything, or I think before just putting through, I will just make that return. So in that return, again, pass a view, and here text should be render item. Okay, done. So we have our property. You can see we have header, we have render item. So all, and you can see this is this callable property. So now we have what we are looking forward to. We know what actually we're going to making up to. So first thing first, we're going to start building the parameter. First of all, we need to provide the container style. As you can see, this not looks so good. So we're going to make that as a container style. In that style, we're going to just put a basic style property. We're going to make a padding bottom, not block, should be bottom, and the bottom should be 180 pixel, so that the last part it will be shuffled through. And I'm going to provide a gap, which is going to be gap as 16 for individual item. You can see right now it looks great, but it will looks better. Now let's go back to our list header. We're going to go one by one. So first we're going to combine the header, how it's going to be. Then we're going to pass other property. So in the header, it will be as simple as a view here, which is going to be providing the view property. So let me just go as the view right here. In the view, we're going to make a class name, and the padding x should be, let's say, I'm going to provide a padding x of 6 and provide a gap of 8, and also it would be margin top should be 2. So this is going to be the first instance. After that, as we have that, now we're going to have also some of the balance card here, which going to provide that card ratio, the data. So that should be main balance card. So the main balance card will show our balance data. So a balance card. So in the balance card, we should be having animated, let's say animated dot view here. So in that animated view, we're going to have lots of decorative parameter. Now, if you are still with me now you understand how those things can work and how the things can be combined together. So first of all, I'm going to go and pass you a decorative style which going to make you more a lot of a sense. So right now, as you can see in the animated view, I'm going to put like the property here, and this one that should be, let's say, answering. I think the animated view that should be coming from React Native reanimated, not from our React Native here. So again and again, when you are doing those kind of import, you need to make sure you are getting the proper import method. Otherwise you may miss out the things or the beautiful design we are showing here. Maybe you will not get that one. So of course, right now we are going to make that one whenever it's answering here. That should be our animation gonna coming from the components, and then fade in down. It would be there, and it will provide an 100 value over here. Then gonna provide a class name. In the class name, it's gonna be let's say it will be padding should be 6, and also rounded should be, we can now make it as a valid setup of 28 pixel here, which can be looks good and cool. And as you keep the border as 24 pixel, we can see a little bit of, like you can see right here, this one is giving us a little bit, yeah, right now, I think we can directly add as a 24 pixel. Okay, so now here is 28 pixel. I think also we can make as the rounded is not working in that way. So the shadow should be SM, so it's a small shadow. So let's just get a shadow, a small shadow, and then we're going to get an over, I'm going to make it a relative here. So relative here, and then overflow should be hidden. So this is going to be our entire div notion. You can see at that layer we have little bit here. So if we just put a border, you can see that little bit clear. You can see right now and how the animation gonna happening. So let me just save again. Okay, it will not come to show you that. I need to make it reload here. Okay, not this one here, but my second terminal where I'm running that. So right now, if we go in that home, you can see, yeah, see how the animation, just a slick entry going on here. So that should be our animation setup. Right now, again, there should be only for the design purposes, one of these here, which we created. Then should be coming another more here, which gonna be coming as a background and absolute position and others. Then there should be another decorative property here, which we are going to keep. So there should be all through together the 3 decorative property here, which are going to combine. Right now, even it's still not okay. I think the colors should be our colors. Okay, I think we're good. So right now, you see right here, this is the property which is combining there. Later on, which you're gonna keep that property layer or color combination, that will make a lot of sense. So right now, after passing that value, we're gonna have to have that top header row. So that should be our top header row. Gonna be passing a view here, then another view, then within another view, we're gonna have a feather icon here. So feather gonna be Expo React Native vector icons. So right now from here, we're gonna put a name, and the name should be, let's say I'm gonna provide a pie chart name. And then we also gonna be the size going to be providing as the I think the 14 will be fine. And we're gonna provide the color. The color should be, let's say, colors dot white. So this is gonna be colors. Right now you are not seeing it properly because we're going to change the color ratio, change the structure in a very different style way. So right now over here at the top layer, I think here we're going to put something called style property here. So in this style we can provide the background color, which going to be, let's say, the colors dot, not the primary, but the colors dot text color, which gonna be a text nav, I think, which gonna be a black color. Now you can see, you can view the icon right here. So as you can see, our pie chart, okay, and also I want to see which, let's say, okay, let's say whatever the icon is now, because as is supporting the uh, search here. So if we get the settings, okay, settings icon is right here, but when we are adding to that in our tabs layout here right now, as you can see, we have the icon as settings. You see the subscription we're keeping as settings, but this one is not getting. Okay, we can fix that, but I'm just curious why it's not showing there. Okay, so we have the pie chart icon. So right now we will go some of the classification here to provide some class name and others. So that should be the view here. That should be the view here. Gonna be coming as a class name. And the class name should be flex raw. By default, it's always working as a flex column property. Or before putting that, I think we also after that view here, after passing that view, I'm going to provide the theme text here. So theme text. So in the theme text, we're going to pass that available, let's say budget, I think budget. So now the text is right here, but you're not seeing it. So if we now start doing those things, it will make a lot of sense. And justify should be coming as the between, item should be center line, and got it, margin bottom should be 5. So that should be a little bit gapping another property. And over here again, put a class name should be a flex row properties. Again here, item center, and also I'm going to put a gap of 2.5. So there will be a lot of data layer, a lot of things which can be combining together, and put a class name which should be 8, and height should be, let's say it will be 8 by 8, and then rounded should be full. So, and also BJ should be, I think, BJ white, or yeah, white, and we're gonna keep a 10% of white. And then item should be center, let's say item center, and also I want to make it justify as center so that it will looks, yeah, you can see right here. If you want to make more visibility, you can put 80. You can see how the things is looking alike, or I think 20 is going to be a good choice to that, just to view that pie chart. And then for the theme, I think that also we need to provide some of the class theme to make a sleek and customized design here. So you see available budget and all other things. So I'm going to go on like that. So at least you know how to capture the ideas, similar Tailwind CSS, similar concept. So after that, also there should be another view here after this particular view, which gonna providing us that our available budget under USD. So that should be our budget ratio. Now, of course, you can keep it in that layer, whatever the price ratio and others, but you know, right now it can work. So after this two here, we're gonna have that our main balance raw. Okay, still is in the top, right? Render item having nothing yet. Okay, just getting that everything at the top. So after that, we're gonna have another view here. So in that view, we're gonna have another view, and then we're gonna happen to have our theme text right here. So should be the two text particularly right here. So this is gonna be combination of that. As you can see, the pricing and others. So I'm going to go with that class name. Margin bottom should be, let's say it will be a 6 value here, just to give a little bit of room here. Then put a class name flex raw should be coming by, item should be start. So that would be our property. You can see right now either it can be okay, if we go and make that, I think item center should be a good help. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Okay, for that one, yeah, I think if we go with the setup layer of that, I say it's gonna be this, it's gonna be the same setup as it is. Okay, I think that will make a lot of sense. Yeah, that will make a lot of sense. So it can be, and we can just make that 80% of that white ratio. Okay, that should be okay, 80%. And then also we're gonna make a margin right here, so that MR should be 1, I think. So a bit of gap just to understand. Okay, so this is the one view which are going to, we have to provide all of the data layer. Then we're gonna have another view after immediate of finishing that view. So this is the view where we finish that. Then we're gonna have another view here. Okay, that should be colors. Okay, now here what we are seeing right now is going to be, there is like the color combination which is not so I think for the 11 percentage, I think text, text, I think, what if we make white? Yeah, now you can see that. So also I think white, I'm going to make it as the 70% so that it can be, or 80% looks good. And for the pricing right here, I want to make it font extra bold is right there, but why is not getting? I think we are missing something. Font extra bold, heading 2, font bold. Yeah, it should take, but somehow it's just getting like that. So this is the like versus last month. So the percentage ratio which we are showing here. Then after initially finish on that, we're gonna have our bottom stats. So after that, we're gonna have to show our bottom stats property. Of course, I'm gonna explain to you. Now you got the idea of what actually we're building and how we are building, so that it will make a lot of sense. Now in the bottom stats, you see the monthly spend and then the save to spend. Both ratio we have combined together. So, to go in proper line, we have the monthly spend view, which is 840. And after that, we have the save to spend is for this month, we have this much for the save use. So this is a very good certain kind of component layer, which going to be providing you little bit understanding what actual the card style and pattern. So this going to be coming with the main account balance, like the balance card going to be providing that. And so right now there should be some other which gonna be coming. The upcoming scroll area still is in the header, so it should be our upcoming, let's say, scroll area. So this would be there. If you scroll, you see how beautifully it's getting the design and perspective layer. So after that, we're gonna have another view here, and then we're gonna have another view. Then we're gonna have our theme text, and within the theme text, it's gonna be simply passing that as upcoming, the text layer. You see right now, this is the bottom layer where we happen to have the text. And put a class name. I'm gonna provide a gap of 4 to be go individually on the particular layer. The class name should be flex row, justify between whatever we keep inside, and then item should be center aligned. So right now there should be two property. One is the theme text, another should be coming with an touchable opacity. Right now, wherever you need a button, you can create a global touchable opacity or global pressable. Then you just pass the function, style, design, you know how to configure that, because later on we're going to use that dynamic property to create a much more better understanding, much more better scenario how to create those. So right now we're going to provide a theme text here, and in the theme text it should be it should be, let's say, view all. So this button will represent whenever you're going to click here, it's going to be taking us to view the all property. So right now for the upcoming, I think for upcoming I want to put a theming class name, so I'm going to put a variant here that should be heading 3. So I think that looks good. Okay, perfect, fine. Now also I'm going to go and make that one the color. So let's say color should be, I'm going to go with the primary color, so it will take the primary color here. No, it's not taking the primary color. I think in the class name it can, let's say, text should be primary. No, it's not getting. Why? If we go in theme text, color primary means what actually means for color primary. Okay, color primary. Okay, text. Okay, we're good. That we defined this text, so it's getting actually. Now after that, for the theme text, we have the touchable opacity here. So within the touchable opacity, we're gonna make that on press event, and where it's gonna just put that on that, let's say, router dot push, and on that push, it's gonna be push like passing through in that upcoming screen. If you click here, you see there is an upcoming which is at the top layer, but of course we're gonna do modify and make other setup. Now over here, it's gonna be passing that, let's say, whenever the class name should be padding should be, let's say, 4, and padding y, not padding x should be 4, and padding y should be 1.5. So 1.5 should be there, and rounded should be full. But as you can see, we see nothing. I just put a border here. Let's see to see, and a border should be border, okay, but with a 20% opacity value here. No. So border should be, let's say, primary, and we're gonna put that 10%. Okay, I think 20% it will be looks good. Okay, so that's the border we have. Now in the theme text, we also gonna combining on that, put a class name. Font should be, let's say, semi bold here, and also we're gonna provide a variant should be caption. So the caption variant, you see the small one, and then we're gonna also make the color which gonna be primary. By default it's getting primary, you don't need to keep that time to time, but it's better to go in that. So after that, you see we have that property layer here, which we are providing that list header. We have that upcoming scroll area. Then we are finishing that view all. We're going to finish the touchable opacity. After immediate that, we're going to have a scroll view to show whatever the current properties we have, right? And the scroll view, we are going to provide a lot of things. We're going to have that animated card. Okay, we need to get that animated card from somewhere. So that animated card gonna be coming from source card. So we need to create that setup. So we're gonna go directly in our components here. We're gonna create a component which gonna be named as card.tsx rnfe. So that would be defining whatever the animation property we are going to explain or entertain, and how the way we are going to redefine. So to do those instances, first of all, in the card, we need to have some various capabilities. Instead of these things, it's going to be a self-closing view here. So in the view also, you're going to define some of the interface here. So let's say I'm going to also export it. So whenever you're going to need that, we can use that. So it should be card props. So in the card props, it's going to be extends to that should be view props, because it's going to be passing that style for the class name. So not like that, should be class name. If it's there, it's not always the class name, it will be there. If it's there, it would be as a string. Okay, so that should be our property value, and the view props need to be imported from our friend React Native. So now over here, as you see, it's gonna happen to have some more property. First of all, we're gonna get that card props, and first thing first, it's gonna get our class name, and by default it will be an empty string, and then it's gonna be take whatever the style we can pass, and it's gonna like spread entire pops value. So that is the extract ratio and data layer. It's gonna put that through. Then we're gonna pass a class name, and of course this time we're gonna go directly with the backtick property. BJ should be the card BJ, whatever the background color we have card, rounded to axle, and then padding should be 6 and shadow should be SM. And after that, shadow should be, let's say, black, but the black of 5 opacity layer. And we're going to put border, and the border should be border light. So this is going to be style for that. And after that, we are going to combine whatever the style which we are providing. You can use the CN property, and other value depends on how you are going to move well to it. So put the style, and after that we're going to just spread everything similar the way you can make it as a child, like the children property. Those things can work as well, so you can go with that. There should be the multiple complex one by which you can feel free to follow whichever is you need. So you get imported animated card. So I think why is not importing here? Okay, what the name we provide? Yes, we provide a different name here. Okay, so we need to get that. Either we can go and export directly in the card, or we can make that export const. It should be, let's say, animated card, and that should be coming because we need to pass that animated value here, which is going to be coming from React Native reanimated, and here that create animated component, and where we're going to pass that card. So that should be our card. So that would be a proper animation style, not like an humpy jumpy. So that should be, let's say, animated card. So should be animated card. Okay, so right now we are going to have our animated card. So as we are happen to have using that animated card, now we can provide a very good source of a scenario which gonna be passing by. So as I'm gonna also leave a comment here, that should be our notion card. Okay, so here in that animated card, we're gonna have a view here. On that view, we're gonna be having another view, then gonna having a feather icon. So if we feather, and in the feather icon we're gonna have let's say the name gonna be coming as a box icon. Just put like that. You see there is a box icon, and there is the animated overview here. So in the box icon, gonna be putting a size should be 22, and also put a color, and the color should be, let's say it will be colors.text. So colors.text. Okay, so the black color. Now you can see that we have that box right here, and also you're gonna pass that our animation property here. Also it's gonna be passing on entering, gonna be coming from that animation layer here. So that would be a little bit good, and you see how the way it's just appearing. So 186 should be 40 because in 1 pixel it getting 40, so 40 into 4 should be 160 pixel. After that feather, we're gonna also provide, so after this view here, we're gonna also provide the theme text. So it should be theme text, THME theme text, and on the theme text it's gonna be first I'm gonna provide a $20 here. So the 20, and that should be one there. And as you know how we can do right now, so I'm gonna just go and grab those theme text right here. So after that view should be happen to have these two theme text property. You see the $20, 12 days left here. Now over here put a class name, and then you're gonna make that one like entire set here should be flex row here to go and pass side by side, and then item should be start value here, justify should be between, to get a proper like the very good structurable scenario. And for this one, put a class name, height should be 12 and width should be 12. So 12 by 12 ratio, rounded should be XL. BG should be car secondary. So that should be the color. You see how the way it looks better. And you just need to make that item center, justify center to just keep everything in center align. And of course, you can, you see there, we're providing that gap, but this gap is not getting. So how we can provide that? So there is a gap in between. If we put a gap of 5 or 2, is it getting that? No, it's not getting. So we can provide the gap by so far. And I think we also need to have another certain kind of point here. So this is the 12 place left here. So these two parts right here. Now after that two of the view, we can also add another theme text here. So theme text, and on the theme text, it will say, let's say Notion theme. Okay, so now you can see this looks a little bit more convenient here. And put a class name, font should be, let's say bold, text should be, let's say we're going to provide, I think we're going to provide, make it as a base text. And also I'm going to put the color, I think, yeah, color by default primary, so no need to put that color. So right now we can go directly as such. So as you can see, still we are not getting the proper value layer here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go and define, or gonna see what's actually going on. And before passing that, in this scroll view, we can put some of the class name here. So in that, we're gonna make it in a horizontal view. So it's gonna be in a horizontal effect, so side by side as horizontal parameter. And then also it's gonna make that a class name overflow should be, let's say, visible. So that will be the overflow visible property, and contain container style, which gonna be style. We're gonna provide a gap. So let's just put that gap should be 12. So that should be the 12 particular gap ratio. Now we're going to go in that animated card here, because in the animated card that we didn't put the design yet, like we didn't put the class name yet. So let's put the class name. Okay, I think, did we put, yeah, I think we have the class name already. Okay, so we have a class name padding, okay, with a 40, padding 5 and rounded 20 pixel. Is it getting that weight? If we put 160 pixel, I think it should get, yeah, now it's getting. But if we, when you put 4, I think it's 40, right? But whenever you're gonna put 40, or if we put 44, I think it's a little bit more. Yeah, now it's getting. So it's, this is good. Okay, if we make 40, 40 is shrinking, so I'm going to keep 44 just to see, because now it's getting the design. So I think we're good. So that's the one animated card which we are providing here. So that after finishing that, we should have multiple animated card. So we're going to provide the Dropbox card. So after that, after the Notion card, we're going to have our Dropbox card. And of course, we're going to have that, let's say, colors and colors. Now I'm going to go with the default 160. You can just go and make 44, is up to you. So this is the Dropbox color. The same thing you can see Notion team, then the Dropbox is appearing. So this is just as simple as it is. And I think for that, yeah, 15 pixel is, yeah, because other one is getting 14 pixel. So the one little bit not matching that thing. So I'm going to go, and for the Notion here, text base, I'm going to put that text 15. Yeah, okay, cool. So after the Notion card, then we finish the Dropbox card. Then we're going to also have to have our Netflix card, just to be combining that three together. So that would be our Netflix card here, so where we're going to just pass the value layer. So the colors and the colors, that's it. So you can see right here, we have our, and you can see the scroll bar which is showing. We don't want to show that scroll bar. So let me just go at the top here, and that should be show horizontal scroll bar, which we want to false. We don't want to show the horizontal scroll bar. You can see right now looks perfect and cool. So this is just a good combination here. So to be aligned and properly segment wise design and make things a little bit cool. So then as we can assume on that, we have that scroll view and others. So I think that is the where we finish the upcoming here. So this is just gonna be our upcoming scroll bar. After the upcoming scroll bar, there should be another which gonna be, let's say, category segmentation. Okay, so that should be our category segmentation. In the category segmentation, you're gonna have two buttons, AI Hub and let's say the streaming. Then we're gonna go with the plans, view all property. After that, we're gonna go to render all the property layer, right? So first of all, in the category segmentation, we're gonna have an animated dot view here. So let's say animated.view. On that animated.view, you're going to have a touchable opacity. Okay, or we can just simply drop it. I think it would be a good option to do. Why? Because as we know right now what is going to happen, so we can just simply pass, and then we can go through of a little bit of its knowing or understanding pattern, because otherwise it's gonna be a little bit bigger, and it's gonna be a little bit monotonous here. So right now I will explain those things, because as also you're gonna have the code, so nothing to be worried right now. And so what is happening, you see we have the AI hub, we have the streaming. So okay, we doesn't have the colors. Where is the colors missing? So yeah, that's the one. So let me just go and pass the color value here. Okay, should be colors. Okay, so right now as you can see, by default is just selecting the AI hub. So whatever the item is coming in the AI hub, it will show. If we click on streaming, it will check the streaming. Click on AI, click on streaming, so it will change automatically. And how those things is working, you see it's just an animated view here, providing actual animation fade in and down, and then providing the color and style. Then we have that our color text. And then in the AI, whenever we are gonna just on pressing at, you can see set active category as AI. The same way set active category as streaming. That's it. That's the one which you are doing. Whenever we're clicking, and then this is the condition of providing the color. You can change the condition if whatever the way you feel better. So after that animated view, we're going to have another one, which going to be, let's say, section header. Okay. And there we're going to pass the view. In that view, we're going to have that theme text. On the theme text, it should be our active category plan. So whatever the active category, and then it's going to be past that plans. So all the plans names it will see. You see the streaming plans. If you go in AI Hub, AI plans. So now this up to us, whatever the plan mechanism we are actually getting. And after that also we're going to have a touchable opacity button here, which going to be passing that again the theme text, and then it will be our view all. Okay, so in that way we can view the entire text property. Put a class name, flag should be raw, and then justify should be between, and item should be center aligned. So you can see it's going to be in side by side. And for the theme text right here, we're going to provide a variant which going to be, let's say, heading should be 3, just to make it a little bit bigger. And I think that is color primary it will take automatically. And after that, it's going to be passing an on press event, which going to take us, let's say, router dot push. And on that push, it's going to be passing us to subscription route. And also we're going to put that the class name here, padding X should be 4 and padding Y should be 1.5. And then we're going to put a border should be, let's say, light color. Border should be, I think, the border light, and then around it should be full, and also BJ should be, I'm going to just keep a transparent background here, or you can just put that if you like if you want to take some risks, you can just simply pass that, or you can just make it white. See, it looks cool. Or you can make it as a 20 flavor, so that should at least make some of the sense. So whenever you click on that view all, it will take you to the subscription screen, so which we can right now be viewing on that. So click on get started. We have the Dropbox and others. So this is the way we finish our header. So this is the entire code to render our header properties. Now we're going to render our item property. Now, whenever we are rendering, we are receiving some of the props value here. One is that item, which we can take the sub items or can the subcategory property and index. Now we're going to define our parameter. Item should be, let's say, subscription type, and also the index should be, it can be a number value. That's it. So we have our types, we have our property layer. Now we need to go in a certain kind of motion. Of course, we're going to use that our animated view here, because also we want that our car should be animated here. So animated, okay, should be animated dot view here, and then it's going to be have on, because it's going to be entirely wrapping with untouchable opacity. Whenever you're going to click, it will go directly in the single property. So then we're going to have a view within it. So it should be a view, and within the view we're going to have another view, and then we're going to have, let's say, let's say sub. We're going to, if the sub have that logo, then we're going to have something, otherwise we're going to have something. If we have the logo, then we're simply going to make that sub dot logo, and then that's it. We're going to have the sub logo, and the size going to be, let's say, a size going to be, we're going to provide a size of 22 or something. I think 28 gonna make a lot of sense. Okay, should be 28. And if we doesn't have that logo, sub logo here, then we're going to just simply pass a feather icon, and in the icon you're going to provide a name. The name should be, let's say it would be coming like as a sub. I think we need to provide a first bracket here, so sub dot icon, and that should be as any, or you can also pass it as a string because that's coming as a string. Well, I think any should be, at least for right now, we're gonna go and passing out any kind of error. And I think the color gonna be, let's say color dot text. Okay, that should be color dot text. Okay, so now you can see the logo is right here because we all the things happen to have that logo, so we should not be worried about that. We're gonna have the logo. So now for the animated view, we can also pass that, let's say entering animation property gonna be coming the animation and dot fade fading down here, and over there we're gonna make that 300, and then plus it's gonna be wrapping through up the index then into 100. So every single animation is gonna be properly aligned together. Okay, and after that we also gonna be passing that a class name padding x should be 6, just to be okay. That was my bad, just a little bit of typo, if typo property. So we have the entering animation here, which gonna be providing that animation fading down and others. So right now if we go here, you see how the way is popping up, because you can easily visible that one. If I just remove that, then if I go and continue get it started, you can see right now how those things is pouring together. Even when you're streaming, how the things is running together, and it's the streaming icon, you can see that, you can get and see the icons, which just looks cool and diligent. So right now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go and pass some of the variables which the touchable opacity is require. As you can see, the touchable opacity going to require that active opacity going to be 0.5, and then the on press it will take the details and sub id. If you click here, it will take that id details property parameter just with a proper animation. And then what we're gonna making that every single item thing is gonna becoming a flex row item center justified between padding is 4 rounded to axle, and the background color is coming whatever the sub bg here, otherwise it's gonna be coming as a sub color. So this just gonna be, if you just remove that sub bg and you can get the sub color, you can see, so it's simultaneously perfectly aligned together. So right now what I'm gonna do, so in this one put a class name should be a flex row, and then item should be center and the gap should be 4, so it's going to be 16 pixel gap together. Then in the view here put a class name which should be a 14, height should be a 14, and then it's going to make the bj should be white, and white is going to be coming with a 40% opacity, rounded should be axle, and then item should be center, justify should be center, and the shadow should be sm. Okay, so you can see right now we have a proper glossy icon parameter which looks very cool and decent. So after that, in the sub logo and others, I think we are good to go. And also for the feather icon, we can keep the size here. I'm going to keep the size for this feather as 26. So right now, if we just put a null check here, just to not to provide that, you can see right now we can just get the feather icon because okay, sub icon, so it's not getting the sub icon because either it can be the sub icon or it can be the sub logo. So these two can be coming at a time. Now after that, after passing that logo parameter, we also going to be passing a view parameter here. Now this is going to be similar. So this just going to rendering a text property here. So you can see we have the theme text and we are getting the property, the variant title and the class name which going to be leading tight, and the color primary, number of lines is 1. And if the subname is equal to OpenAI ChatGPT plus, or subname is OpenAI ChatGPT, you're putting an OpenAI, otherwise just providing subname because it has the two variant here, either in plus or it can be OpenAI ChatGPT. Now, as we happen to have to get the name, so after that, we also need another property here. I'm going to bring back to like the pricing or our setup. So within the same div here, it should be getting that next billing date here. As you can see, the May 1, 6 a.m. and the April 16, 6 a.m. So this just getting all the date value here. And this is coming with the proper data string with the sub next billing date. And we are making to that local data string and providing that month as the long and day is the numeric. So you can see that number of the full month data here, and the day also coming with the number value. And then also you're going to have the timing hour with the 2-digit value property. So this is the one which going to providing that set of the courses. So right now we're going to be happen to have another view here. So after below of that, there should be another theme setup. Again, the same composition here just to provide the layer. So if we go here, as you can see how much we are just delving with the per month. Here we have the title here, which going to be getting the sub price to fix. This is the price, and this is the one which we need to pass per month. So right now it not looks good till yet, because we need to combine with some of the property layer here. So right now if we just combine, this is the icon here, I think. Okay, so we need to arrange everything in proper way. So if we check it here, we have three certain kind of course. Okay, so in the three certain kind of course, but I think it should be a two certain kind. As we have the three, is it gonna work? Okay, we provide the justify between, but it's still not working. So okay, that should this okay. So this is the one which okay, this is the one. I think the last one, last two per month here, or I think the better it could be if we just get that within a view property. I think this will make a lot of sense. I think our problem is right here. As we have that view, I think it could be keeping on that instances, and as you can see right now we have that 20 per month, and our text and other property getting a proper valuation here. As you can see right now, looks diligent, and because of that bottom, you see it's just providing on that bottom layer. So right now, as you can see, we are almost logically finish our like the home page, and here is providing that a substring okay, it's not a substring, it should be two substring. Okay, should be not like that. Why is not showing two string? I think, yeah, that would be the good one. So it was my bad, just a silly mistake, but now it looks perfectly fine. And if we have still, I think I wanted to okay, because let us see if any error is persisting right here, then we're going to fix it, and then we're going to move to in our next screen. So right now I think we are good to go. Okay, so next thing gonna be coming right now, as you can see we have this screen, right? So also we need to have this screen, which gonna be our dashboard. But before pulling through the dashboard, I want to go back to create the details screen, which is gonna be a lot of interesting build phase, just to show all the data layer. And so to make that things done, we're gonna go in the in our pages right here. So that would be in the details, and as you can see it's having an ID which are getting requiring the details parameter. So first of all, we can destructurize the ID using the local search param. So let's say we can just make that ID should be is equal to, and here we can take that local search param. So local, let's say CL search param is going to be coming from Expo Router, and here we can simply, I'm going to pass that right now, but the best way to do that, we need to also define that our type here ID, which is going to be an string. And right now we can also open the developer console, just press on the J and it will open pop up your terminal right here. And as you can see, we have the console right now, and also we're gonna have like especially maybe you will see the Expo network tab right now, because upper layer of that 0.83 React Native bring back their own Expo the network tab. Especially if you're building application in React Native, you will get that network tab similar the way website has. So right now, if we just try to see the logging method, like how I want to see that log. So if we put that ID, as you can see right now, we have our AI6. So this is the ID which we are grabbing right here. And if we just move back to from this here, you see the Perplexity Pro. If I click here, okay, this is also sharing that AI ID. Why is showing AI? Okay, AI9. Okay. I think something happening which is not right. So let me go back to in the home page here, the way we are supposed to. Okay, sub id, we are passing the sub id, means we should good to go, but there is some mismatching. Okay, you can now recheck your value here, whatever the dummy value we put. Later on we can also go and embed if any fixable value right here. So I'm going to close that. So now you know from where you can get that. Either you can go in the console, you see this all the tab right here. If you click any of the value here, let me see, I'm going to go 11 left, you see AI10. So this is the number value here. It's my bad, because this is the ID number value, especially if we go back to our dummy data where we are happen to have our data. You can see right now this is the one 6 7. So this is the ID valuation, which the way 1 2 3. So if you have any like any duplicate ID or something, you can make sure to rename it and you are good to go. So I think it's okay right now. So okay, so I'm gonna close that one which is not record right now. So within using that ID, we need to retrieve our product, right? Whatever the product we are showcasing here, we need to retrieve it. How we can do that? First of all, we can just make that. Let's say I'm going to also bring back the router because you're going to have to use that router. So all the export is right here. So we have the router. Then we are also going to get that const sub should be is equal to. Remember, we're going to speed up all our AI subscriptions, okay, and also we're gonna speed up all our streaming, so as T a streaming subscription. So both subscription is lighted up. So now from that subscription layer, we're gonna find not the field should be find the value as is having to be in a local data, and over here we're gonna pass an s should be showcasing our subscription, and then s okay should be like that, s dot id should be is equal to whatever id we are passing. So if we have those instances right now, again if you just put the log, you will be able to see the sub data, and also this log gonna be coming in your terminal directly. You can see right here at the below we have our subscription. This is the 11 left, so it's coming right now. And if we change to any other, let me go at the top. I'm gonna go and with the OpenAI, you can see right now we have that OpenAI details, billing cycle and others. Everything is looks pretty decent. Okay, I'm gonna just shrink a bit, or I can just hide it right now. So as we have that sidebar, as we have the parameter, we can also define some of the parameter, like it should be, let's say const, it will be is yearly or not is yearly. We can define it properly here in providing an use stat hook. So within that layer, remember, whenever you're gonna toggle, either would be yearly or a monthly, it will change the menu toggle as well. So that's the things it gonna happen to use that is yearly or set is yearly. By default, it will be false. So the monthly one, it will show by default. And also there should be some changes right here. So we're gonna put some default monthly features. So now there is a text. Either you can keep that, like in every feature should have their own monthly features, right? So what you can do right now in the dummy data, you can add those feature, like add those array, and automatically then you can render like in proper way. But for more like moving in consistently, we can just do in that way. But if you want to make these things done like that, you can do it. Okay, so this up to you how you want to formulate the data, because we are not going to use the dummy data later on, so better just to keep that. So in the monthly feature, we have those features right now, like just to provide that full access to the premium features, cancel anytime, completely hassle-free, seamless ad-free experience, natively watch on two supported devices at a time, standard 8 HD 1080 pixel, streaming resolution, unlimited movies and mobile games, and download content to watch offline. And yearly, all the monthly available features gonna coming by, then Ultra HD 4K and HDR available, watch on 4 supported devices, special audio immersive listening. And of course, you can also, distract on that. You can also keep that how the way you want to show that. Okay, so now we're gonna get that value. So that should be displayed features. So in the displays features, it should be is yearly, then the yearly feature is gonna passing by, and if monthly, otherwise the monthly feature will go pass by. Now there we're gonna put a very simple connotation if we doesn't have sub. Okay, so we didn't get the value. Remember the way we are getting the sub? Some way we are landing on that page without happen to have any value of that what we are requiring. We're gonna simply write that safe area view here from that. And of course, when importing that, make sure you're importing from the React Native safe area context. If you don't do so, you may have experienced some alumni, which it will not match the design. Maybe it will break at the top. So make sure to do that. Then of course we will just pass that. Let's say I'm gonna get that stack. So stack, either we require the stack. I believe if we can also make the things especially to go by. Let me think. Are we gonna use this stack here? I think better we can just go with the stack from the Expo Router. So stack from the Expo Router, so that it will automatically render a stack. And of course, you can just pass that a global stack property here. And of course, here we're gonna just simply make an option property which gonna be header shown. It would not like that. Should be option and header shown. Okay, header shown should be false. Okay, that should be the optional chain parameter, and here it will be a theme text. So theme text, on the theme text it will be, let's say, subscription not found. Okay, and after that we're gonna simply make a specification, a touchable opacity here. On the touchable opacity, again a theme text, and on the theme text it will be, say, go back. Okay, that is the one. So I'm gonna just make that, even we have the sub, we want to show that. So now I'm gonna just make the design here to make it looks better. And for the edges, we're gonna put the edges at the top. Of course, we need to define at within the top parameter, and we're going to provide some of the class name here. So let's grab the class name. Should be flex1, and bj should be the background color, which is still right now is happen to be, and justify center. Item should be center align. Everything gonna be coming to the center, but right now nothing is coming on the center. Okay, anyway, we're gonna okay, that should be in the center. Let me just, I think sometimes it can be either caching, or it could be happen to have some error. So let me go here. Okay, no, bj, I'm going to provide a rate of 200. No, it's not getting the background color as well. So okay, I'm not gonna keep that one here. So let me just move everything right here. So I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna bring that within a view here. So I think the view property can have those places to make things better. So put a cut alone here, and I'm gonna make that. Of course, I need to make that flex one, otherwise it may not get the value. So you see, okay, flex one, and let's say the background color I want to show it's red, just to see. Okay, now no background color. What's happening? Something mismatch is happening right now. Let me just go, and okay, we can see. Anyway, I think I will move back to my previous setup, just to passing by, because as we are not getting the result which you're looking forward to. Okay, we'll see what's actually going on, and put a variant here which gonna be heading, let's say heading 3. So gonna be a little bit bigger variant, and the color should be secondary color. Okay, and then for the theme text, for the go back in the touchable opacity here, also put a class name. Margin top should be 4, and a padding x should be 6, padding y should be 3, bj should be primary, and rounded should be empty. So this would be the button here. And also for the theme text, we're gonna make that, let's say the variant should be, let's say it's gonna be body variant, and also the class name of that font should be semi bold, and text should be background. So this is the, or you can make the simply write white color to just to make things looks better. So right now, as you may see, it seems to be is not quite right here. So okay, it's just grabbing that, so should be amplifying after that. So if we have that view right here, okay, so we have a view. Now on that view, for the class name bj, I'm going to provide a red. I want to see, okay, right now we're getting it. Okay, so I'm going to put a padding of 10, so everything gonna be coming like together, and flex. So okay, no need to flex. The item should be center, justify should be center align, everything gonna be center. So I think this could be okay. If we click go back, it will it's not going to be go back right now. So I'm gonna make that on press, and that on press gonna trigger an event which gonna let us know that router dot back. Done. So now whenever we are going to click on the go back, automatically it's gonna render to go back, but we will not see that at the first instances. Remember, if we're gonna see that whenever we're gonna doesn't have any subs, right? But when we're going to have the subscription data, of course we don't want to see that. So we're gonna see that our actual viewpoint. And again, you can create a simple, like you have the safe area view, you need to define every time. So instead of doing so, you can create a global components. Of course, I can create that, but I will let you know if you can do that or not. Let me know in the comments. If you did it, please do subscribe. If you did, you are welcome. You did a great job, and let me know in the comments if you can do that. Then I will show you how to do. And in the safe area view, again, it should be, let's say, stack is, I think stack skin is not required, but let's see. So over here, we're going to have a common header. Okay, should be happen to have a common header. Okay, so this header going to maintain our a lot of scenario, like in every pages we are going to keep that header to make things looks better. So let us go in that our components should be coming as a common header.tsx rnfe. So that's the header which we are talking about here, gonna be passing right now. So after that it should be, let's say, common header. Okay, so you can see at the top layer the common header is there, and over at this positioning right now, so for the this one, I think again it should be the edges should be coming as top, so the top edges, and here class name flag should be one. And also we can provide some default style here if you want to do it. So I think it's not require background color, which gonna be coming that as a color dot primary. You can see, so that's okay, that's already happened to, you see the specification. So that's the happen to, you see the color, it didn't get right here because we provide the color, but it's not getting, it's because we need to provide the color like so, otherwise it will not get. Now if we pass that, you see value here, subscription not found. So this can, now I don't know why, if we have the flex, let's say height, I will put a full height. No, I think there is a chance, there is a way how to do that. There is a simple way to initialize that one to make sure to have that like a proper weight and height you can get from the device side. Remember in the home how we take that. So especially if you go here, I think in the home, or we did it at the home or in the tabs. Okay, I think somewhere we use that, either it can be the homes or it can be the tab layout. There should be, let's say, the widths and okay, tab width, widths, and we bring that, we did somewhere. I forgot where is the, where that one was. Of course we're gonna bring that ratio again whenever we are reading. Right now we're gonna focus to use our common header. Now for the common header, we are going to like surpassing some of that property like common header props. We can pass the title, we can pass the show back, either the show back menu it will be showing or not. On back, what's gonna happen within on back property, which gonna be a function. Title is string, show back gonna be either true or false. By so it's just it may not be there, but title is the mandatory here. And avatar URI, if they are okay, string, show avatar boolean value, show notification as well as the boolean value. So right now we can now capture all of this from our common header props, and from that property we are going to get like it will get the title. So title, we're going to grab it, we're going to grab it show back, and show back by default we're going to make it as true. So back button going to be always showing by default, and also on back should be the function, whatever the function we are toggling through it. And then we are going to and making an avatar, and the avatar we're going to pass a default image. So if you just open that, just an avatar image, so you can use your own image, doesn't matter at all. So after that, also show avatar, which is going to be by default true, and also show notification by default it can be true. So either whenever I want, I can like make that true or false, it depends on me. And over here, we need to have that router going to be coming from the use router value property from the Expo Router. And after the router, we also going to be, let's say, handle back function, which going to be, let's say, we're going to just make a simple arrow function within on, I think without dripping on arrow function, we can simply pass that. If we have that on back, then it will go on back if it is there. If on back function will call, if not on back there, then router dot back. So wherever we want to make back, that can trigger if there is no back compatibility. So in that time it will just do whatever it feels like the router default back behavior going to work. And over here I'm going to remove everything that should be an animated, and of course animated property going to be directly coming from React Native reanimated. And again I'm going to making sure that you are going to use implement those things, otherwise it's going to not give you the exact result. So after that it's gonna be, let's say, it's gonna be the left side. So the left should be, let's say, back button, and it will constantly get the title. So title. Now over here, I'm going to take a view here, and if we have that show, not show avatar, show back button, and if we have that show back button, only then we're going to have a touchable opacity here. On that opacity, we're going to have a view. On that view, we're going to have a material icons. Okay, so it's going to be getting from that expo icon. So right now what we need to do is that on the material icons, we need to provide the name of that icon, whatever icon we want to provide. So should be name, and that would be arrow back iOS. So that's the icon we're going to use. You see there is the icon, but it's not look so good. We will make that things to be looking good. So after that, we also gonna also let me just go start working off that animated viewpoint. So that would be looks pretty decent if we do so. So in the property, the entering value property, we are need to make that. So should be fade in. So let's say fade in from that native reanimated, and dot duration. We're gonna provide a duration of 400. And after that, also it will take a class name here that should be flex. Okay, not like that, should be string. Let's say flex raw property, and also item center, and then justify between. So whatever is in between coming, padding x should be 6, and padding y should be 1, and as well as z index should be 50, and bj should be background. That's it. And there is, now you can see there is the primary, but here is the background. So this is how we are combining. If we just remove that, automatically those things going to be coming like, and at the top layer we're going to keep that. So our application, it will not stuck on the single layer. Okay, now here, as you can see right now, when I'm typing, the Tailwind CSS is showing at the same time with me. Again, if you're missing that, you need to install the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Otherwise, it may not work. Like whenever I'm typing the prediction, it will not come without that extension. So, make sure that you are happen to have that. And on the view tab here right now, put a class name should be flex raw property, and item should be center, and gap should be 3. So this is going to be a good combination right here. And on that, as we have to have the show back button, we also need to put that, let's say, active opacity. Active opacity is it's going to working like that. Whenever we're going to click on that button, how it will show that it has been clicked. So whenever we're going to click, you see there is, it will just fade in and fade out. So that's the one is providing. Whenever the button is active, means it's pressed, that time it will just show that. So on press gonna happen to have that on press or handle back function here, handle back. And after that, we're going to put a class name, margin left should be 2 from the side, and padding should be 2. So going to be a little bit of room. And also if you want, put a background color and also others, but we can also do that. So put a class name here. We're going to make that width should be 10, height should be, let's say, 10, and rounded should be full, item should be center, justify should be center align. So you may not see, and of course we're going to put that BJ background, or I think the BJ primary. You can see the color, you can put that as the 10 opacity just to view that. I think it's not required to put that margin left, as we are putting that. Yeah, looks good. Or I think, okay, anyway, it looks good. Now for that one, arrow back iOS, we also make that one, let's say size. I'm going to make a size of 18, so bit of bigger. And I think this one not required right now. If we need, then we can keep it. And also I'm going to provide that, let's say I'm going to make that one color should be, let's say, colors. Okay, color should be colors dot, I'm going to provide the colors of secondary color, or not car secondary, should be colors text secondary. Yeah, text secondary. That color should be okay with that. And after that, I'm going to also provide an style, and the style should be, let's say, I think margin left should be 6. I think now I need to provide the color. So in the view, as you can see, you can connotate two colors together. Right now, you see, I can also style like that. Like I can also make the background color, which gonna be color card. So it depends. Let's say I'm gonna make that background color as gonna be coming as the colors. Let's say colors dot card. Okay. So now when I put that, you see the color card is right there. And also I can provide that either you can keep it right here, or you can keep it like that border, and that border should be, let's say we're gonna, we're gonna just define the border color. You see the color is right there. Or if you just make that, let's say I'm going to provide a bj of cards, I think that will also work. You can remove that style sheet. So this is how we can combine. If you click here, okay, good to go. So now we know what's actually going on. So of course, I think the duration, if we remove that, let me see anything margin. No, I think we're going to keep that, nothing to be worried. Okay. So after this scenario here, after finishing that, we're gonna also have to have a theme text. In the theme text, it's gonna be getting whatever the title we are capturing right now. So right now we're not providing any title. So whenever we're gonna passing the common, we can simply pass the title here. So this is the common header. Title should be always required, and here we're gonna pass that. Let's say it okay, it's gonna be sub name, so sub dot name. Okay, that should be our title. And after that also we can pass that show avatar, which gonna be as we don't want to show any avatar right here. And then also show notification. So show notification, I think show notification by default is true, right? So if it's by default true, we don't need to make that. Okay, by default true, so no need to pass that true variable right here, because it's gonna be default to show. And now we're going to we're going to decipher how we're gonna show that instances to make these things right. And for that one, we're gonna make that a variant should be, let's say heading should be 2, little bit bigger, or I think heading 2 is too much bigger. Okay, you can keep it, or you can like manipulate the way you want, and should be secondary. Okay, color secondary, or heading 3, how this looks. Okay, secondary looks quite good. So this is the combination right here. Then after finishing this setup, that I think that view here, we are going to make that, let's say that should be right, and here we're going to pass that notification or avatar. So that's going to be there. Either it can be notification or it can be provide the avatar. So if we have that, let's say show notification, then we want to show something, and otherwise show. Okay, if we have show notification, then we want to show that notification bell. Okay, that's the one we have. And then if we, let's say if we have that show avatar, we're gonna show something, let's say touchable opacity here, and the fallback gonna be coming by as a view. So let's say it's gonna be a view, and that view gonna be, let's say put a class name which should be 10 and height should be 10. Just I'm gonna keeping that. Let me see what's actually going on. So we can see now this, the notification bell icon, which is completely aligned together before, so it has nothing to be worried. We can see, and all the functions gonna working previously however we set together. For this one, put a class name. Okay, what source I'm doing? Okay, for this one, let's put a class name should be flex, and flex row and item should be center, just to keep everything together. And for the view here right now, let's say right here we're gonna put an image property. I think we're gonna put a view, and then we're gonna have an image tag. So from the image should be coming from React Native, and over here in the image we're gonna provide that source. Okay, source should be, let's say URI, and that should be avatar. I think the avatar URI, yeah, that could be good. And also for the touchable opacity right here, we can make that active opacity. So active opacity going to be, let's say 0 point, I think I'm going to provide an 85. Okay, and then for this view here right now, put a class name which should be 10 and height should be 10. And also we're going to make that one as rounded should be full, and overflow should be hidden. So right now I think okay, so show avatar, I think I'm going to make it as true, just to view the avatar. You can see, so if we have the avatar, okay, or show avatar, I think it will not conflict on that, because we are maintaining some of the style ratio. So also you're going to make that border should be border. And for the image, put a class name which should be full, and height will get with full width and height. And then resize mode, I'm going to make that resize mode should resize mode should be cover. So now if we doesn't have a notification bell icon, you can see we have a profile back right there. This is how it gonna, if there is no notification, because we're gonna show either one, we will not show together both of them. So right now we have our common header. Now we will use it wherever we are recording. At the same time, we can use like make things look pretty decent. And over here, we're gonna have a scroll view. See our scroll view here. So in the scroll view, we're gonna have a view property, and then we're gonna have a, let's say it's gonna be a hero section. So in the hero section, we're gonna have certain kind of properties right now. Hero section gonna be an animated dot view property here. On the animated view property, we're gonna have another view, then we're gonna have another view, because we are going to like subsidize whatever the property value we are gonna passing in between. So in that middle view, we can also pass, like I'm gonna popping that up because right now you know how we are going to do the things, right, to make these things. So this is gonna be right here, and that's gonna be, let's say the color is gonna be like that. So this is gonna be the sub menu here. As you can see, the sub logo, and then animated view gonna be pushing up to just show the hero icon. Now over here, we're gonna make that one, let's say contain container style, not a class name, so content container style, and we're gonna put a style over there as a, let's say it's gonna be a padding bottom as 100, just to be squashing together all in between, and also show vertical scroll indicator, which going to be as false. So there should not be any vertical indicator. Did we have the vertical indicator? Yeah, you see there is a vertical indicator which we don't want to show that either. So let us go to home, and remember in that you see right here, we're going to also make that show vertical indicator, which is going to be false. And whenever I'm scrolling, you see there is no vertical indicator. So this is how you can tune up. So let's go to that over here. Looks cool. Now we need to work a bit around here to make things look decent. On that viewpoint right here, put a class name. We're going to make a padding x of 6, margin top of, let's say I'm going to make a margin top of 4, and gap should be, let's say it's going to be popping a 10 gap. So this is going to be a little bit a good head start, as you can see right now. Okay, not padding block. Okay, that's why I'm saying what is happening. Padding bottom should be, yeah, now looks good. Okay, so after that, as we have that, at the meantime, for these instances on that particular structurable ratio on that, I think we can go directly in that animated view here. So in the animated view, we're going to have that entering proportioning here, and then entering going to be animation dot fade in down, and fade in down should be have to have a 0 property value. And after that, also for this one, let's say put a class name, item should be, okay, should be item center, just to be in the middle. And on the view structure, we are going to have some of the class name, which should be 32, height should be, let's say 32, and also around it should be, I'm going to provide a rounded of, okay, this is just some of the class name, and I think we can popping up. We will decipher in two different mechanism right here, as you will understand. So first of all, I'm going to remove these things, and then we can now decipher here. So either it can replace it with the colors. Okay, so looks good. Now you can see a bit of like what you did, that putting a background color primary, but shadow color primary. Now here also you can keep that, as you know that you can also remove that, and you can also do that. As you can see, this is the same thing as happened to have in Excel. So that's just to show you that you can keep in both way to let it work. And put a class name here. And right now here, because we also want to give a bit of, let's say, it will be a little bit of like shadowy property here for the logo space, especially. You see there is the logo, there is the below layer here, that is the logo inner, and also you can provide an RGB background color. If you either you can go like that just to show a background color property instances of what I did wrong. Okay, I think we can put a style here, and on the style I think, yes, on the style, okay, on the style we can keep the background color as within the RGB. Let me see if anything changes here. Okay, you see that? That's the RGB. So you know how to do that. You very much know how to do that. You can just need to pass that color as, let's say, BJ should be primary here. And on the primary, I'm going to put a 20% opacity. No, it's not going to work. I think, do you have that primary light. So let's say index, I think global stuff css. Do you have, yeah, we have the primary right. I think we can use that primary light. Yeah, okay, cool, cool, cool. So if we also provide the opacity, I think a primary light gonna be fine. So this is up to you to keep that. Either you can do in that way, or if you want exact data layer, then you can just simply use this one right now, as we put that one last, so it will work fast. So this you can either, you know, tune up through to get the actual color data and others. Now if you doesn't have that sub logo here, and of course automatically you see the logo, material icons logo, the sub logo gonna automatically be in places. So right now this is the view by which it can generate the logo property, and after that it should be happen to have the theme text, and it will show that sub dot name property, so the actual name, you see the grok premium. And over here put a class name, and text should be, let's say 4xl, make it bigger. I think text 4xl is gonna be okay. Font should be extra bold. And why is not working? Tracking tight. And then also text should be center aligned, and margin top should be 2. And also we're gonna make that color should be as a secondary color. Okay, but nothing is changing. I have a little bit confusion why those theme text not actually getting what I'm looking forward to. Okay, if we have that. Okay, anyway, because there was the context, which the theming context, we are not using that. I think the same thing I'm using right now, but happen to have some problem, like it's not getting the actual data layer. Okay, so in the theme, we can connotate the style and property, but it's not providing the supported behavior, because if I just get the exact code which I have previously, which is actually work, you see right now, this text for Excel is not working. So I think also the font extra bold's not working, nothing working at all. We can just provide that one. Okay, this is going to be something different. Okay, so now also we can after that theme text here, we can have that billing toggle here. So billing toggle button, so there should be a view right here, and on that view we're going to have a touchable opacity. On that opacity we're going to have a theme text, so theme text. And on the theme text we are going to just simply provide that the value here, either it should be like in the yearly, if it's not yearly, undefined, or tertiary, and then it's gonna be coming as a monthly. So you know we're gonna have to have that monthly value layer. Okay, yeah, this should not be here. Okay, anyway, okay, that should be here. So this is the monthly value here right now. And for the theme text property, put a class name. I think the text is not working, so we are going to keep the theme text as the variant layer. So let me see, in the 15 text should be the algae. So the title I think is good. So heading, I think just a title, I think it will be perfectly fine. So the variant should be title. Okay, cool, title variant. And then we also gonna be passing that and style here, which I don't know, is it gonna get it or not. So let me just, okay, let me just go grab the theme text property right here. I don't know why it's just messing around with me. Okay, that's the theme text, which is that if the yearly is there, you know, that should be like, if it's yearly, font extra bold and text wide, otherwise, you know, font white. Sorry, the font bold. So this is going to be like that. And also we are going to provide some of that property right here for that opacity layer. And that should be, okay, should be coming with the colors, not like that, should be colors. Okay, like that. So now it should be coming with it. Okay, this is just what I am missing. So this the, if it's not yearly, okay, that's the one. Okay, let me just grab the other value here just to see if it's really gonna happen to have the same error for the others as well. So let me just powering that. Okay, so we have the yearly and monthly property here, and of course we need to make that one as a flex. And I think the flex row property here, so flex row, yes, that's the one was making problem, and padding should be 1.5. So to you know, fix it properly. And after that, if rounded should be full, and also mx should be 6, so it will be in little bit a quash layer. And also margin top should be 6. I think especially put that m as 6, so margin should be 6 from entire layer properties. I'm going to provide the border, and border should be the border light. Okay, looks quite comfortable. And let's say I'm gonna, you can also keep that shadow effect like declaring on your style sheet. So you can just declare it right like that to be defined here altogether, each and everything. So you see right here, this getting a width of 100%, max width of 300, and background color getting the color set background, and shadow color or color shadow offset and shadow radius, which giving a nice little effect. If you click here, how the way is changing. So now in our touchable, first touchable opacity is going to is yearly. So, and there is going to be, whenever we're going to click set yearly, should be as false. And the second thing is going to do, whenever we're going to make click on that property, set yearly as true. So this is the only things it's just doing in between. It's making by default, whenever you are landing any of that property here, you see by default is getting monthly, then it's just checking on the yearly. You can also change the color combination if you feel do so. It depends, totally depends on you. So now this is going to be a proper style set. And of course there is some of that animated value, which I think for the button, no button, the building toggle has no animation value property, so it's going to be toggle directly whatever the toggle behavior is taking place. So after that animated view, we're going to have that our subscription details card, and here we're going to have our animated dot view property here. So in that animated dot view, we're going to have our card. So let's say card. Okay, card. Do we have the card? We should have the card. That should be defined. Okay, I think components card, which gonna be okay. I think if we directly go back to our card, we can simply, you can see right here export. Okay, we can also directly make that export function. Okay, export counts card. So either we can get that animated card, or also you can take directly our card. So right now we're gonna have our card. Okay, so in that toggle value, we can now use like whatever the value we require, we can simply use it from that purposes. So from that card, we're going to have a view property, then we're going to have another view property. So let me just check the view, then it's going to have our uh, theme text. And on the theme text, it will show that, let's say, total price. So now you can see we have the total price ratio and data structure. Now I'm going to just pouring the data layer, and in the entering, it's going to be animation fade down is 150, and the one which is showing that should be generating, like we have the total price, and in the total price the theme color. So let me just pull that. I don't know, in certain reason the color combination is not working at all, but it looks good. You see the total price here. Okay, X is working. Okay, extra bold, ambi1, uppercase, tracking wider, and I think the tracking is working. Okay, I think it's good to go. Okay, it's working. Okay, now this is gonna be our price value here. After the price value, we're gonna also happen to have our, let's say it's gonna be theme text. Another theme text, it's gonna be passing that, then it will say is yearly. If it's yearly, it's gonna be passing that, let's say YR, and if it's monthly, it's like if it's not yearly, it's gonna just show MO. So these two values gonna be passing by all together. And for this one again, we need to make that text should be, let's say, base, and also we're gonna make that font should be, let's say it's gonna be not font, should be a font should be bold. And after that, we also gonna make that margin left as 1, and then ambi should be 1.5. That looks quite sensitive. And of course, we're gonna make that one as the color as primary. So color should be, let's say, primary, just to define. Okay, right now, also this view over here at the top, which gonna entertain nothing. Because okay, entertain nothing. How come? Because this is the view here. Okay, because we are for I think this view gonna be dependent with another view, because this should be showing our total price, but before showing the we need to go to exactly putting the price here, and over here it will just return the price value here. So this should be another theme text. Within the theme text, we're going to pass that billing cycle. You can see right here is monthly billing, so is sub is equal to in yearly. It's going to be getting the sub price divided by 12, otherwise sub price. So this is how the total sub price is going to be, or return yearly here. So this is just a calculation to provide the return value, how the monthly calculation going to happen. If you just check yearly, see how that one is changing. So this is the value. So for monthly, it's just getting the sub value. If it's yearly, it's dividing by like multiplying by 12, like so. So put a class name, and here we're going to make that as a flex row property because we want that to side by side in together. And also item should be end, so it's going to be showcasing over here, or I think item center or item end, which looks better. Okay, we're going to keep first item in because we in the theme text put a text of 5 axle, and also font should be black. Is it working? No, it's not working. Okay, I think some, again, you see right here now the because some of the Tailwind CSS class name as well, I think, have not supporting properly. So if we just go, let's say, if we put variant, let's say heading 3. Okay, I think heading 3 is looks good. Okay, anyway, yeah, now this we know the total price is going to be price of yearly and monthly, which explicitly providing the circle. So after this theme view right here, then we're going to pass another view. So we're going to totally covering up 2 view here, and then after passing the 2 view, we're going to have another view here. Then we're going to have that material icons, and on the material icons, we're going to have a, let's say, going to provide the name, and the name we want to deliver, it should be a caption. Okay, not the caption, sorry, it should be local fire, I think, local fire department. So in the fire, you see, so that's highlighting the separation. And also the color should be, let's say, it should be, I think the color is not getting from here, so I'm going to define right here colors to primary. Yes, that's how we can get the color. Also the price ratio, the color is not getting primary, so no worries, we're going to make that colors dot primary. Okay, no, okay, it's not getting, anyway. Okay, so colors dot primary, which you're gonna providing that structure ratio, or I think if it's color dot primary, or we can make the success. Yeah, success also looks good. And then, okay, I think what needs more? So after the material icon, we can also provide that theme text, which will be popular. So that's 2 combination we can provide, and the size, we will make the size as 16. Okay, looks good. And over here, let me provide that one, let's say flex row. So should be coming side by side, item should be center, gap should be, let's say, provided 2 of the gap, and then padding X should be 4, padding Y should be 2, and border should be top. Okay, border T. Okay, border T. So the top border, and also we're gonna make that border, I think, do you need the border T? No, we don't need the border T. Yeah, the border, it will not looks good here. So if we put that padding X and padding Y, so now if we round it up, let's say we're gonna make that rounded full, so full, so that would be a full, and of course we're gonna make that BJ success background. Okay, so now we have the combination that could be showing that it's more popular than ever. So now this is the view which is gonna coming by, and is this view gonna happen to have, because we need to provide some, this view gonna be some of the color combinations, so which gonna be coming by. And the view should be flex raw property, so to make define everything properly, and flex raw justify between, to make that everything and item should be center aligned. You can see how it's squashing all together. And also for the card here, let me just go and grab some class name for it as well. With a class name, I'm going to also provide that the gap in between, it should be providing an 8 of the gap. Whenever we're going to make that, padding bottom should be 10, just to be increasing on that. Padding top should be 8, just to provide in the value. Or instead of padding bottom and padding, we can just simply make that padding Y as 8, or we can make it as 10. We can make it as 10 as well, just to be okay, where we are. Okay, share theme text. I think I moved from that screen, so right here. Okay, so Okay, I was here. So padding also you can make provide a 10. So it's up to you. I'm going to go with the 8. Looks a little bit cool. No need too much more. And over here also I can make that, let's say shadow should be a small shadow here to provide an shadow black, and within the black should be 5 of the opacity. If you make that full 100, you can see the shadow, little bit of glimpse right here, just to in the real device you can see the changes. And also I'm going to make that at the background color should be bj should be white to be given. That looks little bit good. And border should be 0, so we don't want any border to be seen right here. So this is the combination of this layer. Now we have the popular total prices and the popular value layer, just a highlighted card how we can see the diver valuation right here. So whenever we are changing right here, you can see this price changing, and the other property is just getting by, which looks pretty decent and cool. So right now in the card we are happen to have our separation filter. So now also we need to show the feature value. So after this to view right here, we can now get another view property here where we're going to show the details. So in that view we are going to make that the display features dot map, and everything we're going to take as a feature, and also you're going to take as an idx, or you can just simply grab it as index, up to you. Now here we're going to have an animated dot view property, and then we're going to have a view, then we're going to have a, let's say it's going to be passing that a material icon. So it should be material icons, and after that it's going to have a theme text. So in the theme text it's going to be passing that, let's say the feature property, whatever the feature property it will align on by. And of course we need to provide the key as the idx, otherwise the error going to be persisting. And put a class name, put a gap of 5 in between, so you know it's going to be crushing together. Padding top should be 6 to be mixed up together. So either we can grab that padding top and also the border t, so that to be, yeah, a little bit defining on that. Border should be border light, and in the light property we're gonna use that as a 60% valuation. I think no need 60, just provide the entire border. It's just a glimpse right here, you can see it in the devices in proper way. So right now for the key value, because we're going to have a multiple segment, you can see right here it can be mismatching. So we're going to use the actual key. So you're going to go with the backtick property, and then with the dollar sign we're going to make that if it's yearly, the valuation is yearly, then we want to make that y, and otherwise we are going to be on the month. So and then we are going to minus, like put a dash character just to define that idx. So it's going to be a proper valuation of like the key, it will not be vulnerable. So in the entering value property right here we're going to make that a fade in. So let's say fade in left, and I think you need to import it from that, or from where we're getting right now. I think fade in left is getting from that React Native reanimated, and I believe that's the one which we are using, fade in left from that React Native reanimated. If you make sure, if you not getting imported, you know it will be happen to have a problem. So entering gonna coming up from that fade in left, and the delay gonna to be, because it gonna depends on whatever idx or id we are going to using. So idx, and then we're gonna make an we're gonna make a percentage value over here, which gonna be multiplied by 75, and then dot duration, and each duration gonna compartment take by 400. Okay, so when you click, you see how those duration gonna be passing by. This is super cool, looks tiny bit of decent work. So if you see that, looks a little bit good. Now over here in that, after that entering, you're going to put a class name. Flag should be okay, that's the class name, because we are going to have an icon. Okay, first I'm going to put the icon, then I'll show you what's actually your meaning by it. Icon name should be, let's say it's going to be named as done. So you see the icon is right here. And also for that icon size, let me get the size of, let's say 14, and the color should be, let's say it's gonna be colors dot success. Okay, so that would be the color. In the view, put a class name, gonna be passing that one as I think yeah, we're gonna make a weight of 6, height of 6. I think we need to define, we need to remove the text from that view. We will do that if we require to it. So height of 6 again, And then we also need to make that rounded should be full, bj should be success background, and item should be center, justify should be center. So you see right now, because this theme text should be out of this property layer, otherwise it may not work. So if we just remove that, you see our error is gone. So now in that animated view, we're gonna provide the class name. Okay, so put a class name, gonna be passing that flex. Okay, again should be coming on a string flex row, and you see side by side item should be center align, which looks good, and gap should be 3.5. So that should be around of 14 pixel, so looks very cool. You click here, you click there, you know, everywhere you get the proper animation, proper design, and looks pretty cool. After the card right here, we're gonna have some action button. Okay, action buttons, and here it should be an animated dot view. Here on that animated view, we're gonna have some touchable opacity. So touchable opacity, on the touchable opacity, we're gonna have a material icons property. After the materials icon, we're gonna have a theme text. So theme text, and the theme text gonna be, let's say, get subscription. So that should be our text property. Right now, we're going to provide some of that really matching value. First of all, we need to provide the animation layer, entering, and the gap and padding top. And then we are going to get our actual property for our touchable value here. So this is going to be providing the data layer. So let me go grab it. First of all, as you can see, we have the touchable opacity router push auth sign in. Whenever you're going to click, it will redirect to the sign in page right now, because we need to sign in. Without sign in, we can't click. So we are just going to passing that. In the material icons, name should be, let's say it would be at the bolt value, and then you can see the icon, the size should be, let's say 24, and also color should be, let's say colors dot white. So this is the property for it. And for the theme text, let's say class name, and the font should be extra bold, and then text should be white, which is gonna be cool, and then the variant should be title. Okay, so this is the button, this is the property layer. So now you know that's actually what is going on. And also, if you want, you can keep the border if to see that, and you can keep the border as white, and from the white as, let's say 20%, just to make things looks cooler. You can see right now, click on subscription, it's just going by. You check yearly, and you go there, get subscription, you check monthly, looks perfectly and better aligned together. Right now, as you have that, you can see right now also you can view the all plans or upcoming. And now we can go with the other property here right now in the index. If we go in the layout, we have our second page parameter right here. So our first one in the layout, it was that our okay, state route. Okay, now we can go back to our dashboard to show how the dashboard gonna entertain, how the things can be like a design or define right here. We can do right now. Now the dashboard should be a proper overview of that statistics. Now you know how the things can be turning on. So whenever you're gonna coming on the dashboard, we want to see almost all the value properties. So we're gonna make that const should be router, gonna be passing from that use router. Now I will just show you how the things can be defined, how the things can be go, because you know you already have the idea how the things can working right now. So safe area view here from that React Native safe area context. And then we're going to have that our home header, that which going to be, because we're going to use the home header by so far. Right now, also we're going to use that edges should be coming as top. And after that, and also you're going to put a class name should be flex1, and you're going to make a style over here, which going to be getting the background color, which going to be, let's say colors dot background. Yeah, now you can see the background here. Whenever you're gonna passing that, it's just, I think the background color background looks cool. So if we go in the details, okay, details here, I think if we just make that, let's say safe area context, okay, put like that, similar way, background, yeah, looks cool. Yeah, looks a little bit better. From my perspective, it looks better. Instead of primary, I think this color suit better. So or if we just make that so primary. So now it's the whole calculation is on you, because you know how to get both layer. So if you just go with that, it will work like that. If you go like that, it will work in that way. So now you can decipher how the way you want to show the value. But for these purposes, I think this color looks a little bit more definable, more better. I'm going to close others. So now this is going to be our header. So we have the header. Below the header, we're going to have our scroll view to have our content. So scroll view. So in the scroll view, we're going to have multiple paradigm. We're going to have the view, then we're going to have our summary card. So that's going to be card which we are going to use. So the view here, and on that card, so we can now decipher how the way we can see that. So it should be our, let's say, card from our components. In the card components, we're going to have another view, then we're going to have a theme text. Okay, in the theme text, we are going to provide that total, let's say total, that should be monthly spent. So this is just showcasing the data layer, how you can make things better. So for that scroll view parameter, we're gonna, as it would be scrollable, and that should be the padding bottom layer of the container style, and the padding bottom is 140, and show vertical scroll horizontal vertical scroll indicator, which is going to be false. And of course, for the class name here, for these particular instances, we want to make that padding and other style much more decent way. And then we also make sure that our card gonna have to have our actual defined property. So if you know that one color set, you see that total monthly spend, which gonna getting that colors white, shadow color offset, just to provide that little bit of merging status and other property. Now over here on that, like the view here, we can also, merge it like that. So should be, you can see right here, there is that a padding structure by which we can just create a lighting motion here. And then we can just simply pass that's the theme text, which gonna be passing it like that. I don't know what's wrong. Something maybe, okay, the car is getting, yeah, car is relative. Okay, overflow is hidden. So that should not be having any problem. Where is my monthly amount gone? Okay, so this is the view. So I believe I should be happen to have. So this is our view. Let me just check one more time. Maybe I can, this just copy pasting is sometimes getting a little bit of crushing. So you have our property, we have this scroll view. In this scroll view, you have the padding horizontal and vertical indicator, which is false, looks good. And padding gap empty 4, and then we have the card padding. Okay, I think, yeah, I think, so MD4 padding 8 item center relative overflow hidden looks good. Then we have our view right here, right? And the view getting the absolute property. I think this view, it will not be coming within it. Okay, that was the problem, because this view gonna be a self-closing view, which gonna be coming is an absolute ratio, just to show the circle at the top. You see that this is the one to be providing. Now after that view, we are going to have a certain kind of theme text, which is gonna be providing the valuation here. As I'm gonna import it, I think it's removed. So this is going to be provided the total monthly spend, coming with the tracking white uppercase MB2 color tertiary variant as caption. And after that, to show our spent value, we're gonna like emphasize to have another view property. Okay, what was wrong here? So the theme text, yeah, okay. So below the theme text, it's gonna be showcasing our one view property here. So in the view, we are going to show what kind of property, like style, like we have the spend value, we have that the dollar sign, how much we spent right here, then we have our value property, so how much the money we got the spend. And then, okay, theme text, okay, now the heading 3, if we make heading 2, I think looks gonna be okay. Heading 3 is good for that. Then we have our value, that much we spend, like that, for like the money margin. Again, I'm saying whenever we're gonna changing our data structure, those entire data gonna be coming by, or like the dynamic from the data which we are going to use. So the materials icon, that should not use that because we're going to directly use our colors. Okay, so this is just 4.2% lower than June. We are getting an hint of what kind of like the percentage value we are using. Then again, we're going to have to have, like, after passing that card, we're going to have another value here to get that subscription, or let's say horizontal section. Okay, so that will help us to get the subscription value property in horizontal view. Now over here, we're gonna get within under that view, we're gonna have a certain kind of view here with the touchable opacity and others. So right now, as you can see, we have upcoming. We can see all to go directly in that upcoming screen to show you proper structure. This is the upcoming text, this is the CO, and of course for individually making that, I'm going to put a gap of 6 if sometimes if we're just in crashing on the gap low. Now after that, after the touchable opacity, after that view, we're going to have an scroll view here, and that scroll view going to be passing some kind of, because it's going to be horizontal scroll, so horizontal, show horizontal indicator, which is going to be as false. And then also the class name overflow should be, let's say it's gonna be overflow, should be hidden. And then contain container style, which going to be as I think we're gonna make that as a gap of 16. Okay, so in between that gap margin gonna be passing by. So right now we're gonna have some, let's say we're gonna get our Notion card here. Remember the way we defined previously, similar way that Notion card gonna work. And I'm gonna remove that theme property here, that just go grab the colors. So let's just go to bring our colors, and I think again the same one which gonna be happen to have here. Okay, so this gonna be happen. So this is our Notion card here. If you click, it gonna like ran to that upcoming segment. So in the card, we are having our background color. Then we have material icon to show the icon as edit note. Then we have our theme text to show our month and month value. Then we have our Notion AI, then the details of that AI. Then we have the price ratio and others. So in the similar way, we're gonna have 3 card right here, which gonna be in a defined one. Should be, let's say it one should be the property value over here, which going to be, I'm going to remove that color structure, so that would be like that. So one, this is going to be two together. Okay, color, and that the color, and of course here it will be as color as well as at the top layer. Okay, and here. So now you can see we have 3. One is the Notion, one is the Dropbox, one is the Figma. So this is our upcoming value. Now in the card, you see the similar of that Notion. We use the same, just putting the color is different. Then also getting that property value as the icon color is just a different color than for the date, time, and others. So it's the similar conception over here, both for the Dropbox and the Figma. So we have 3 colors just to be scrolled properly and to make the setup done. And after that scroll view, after this subsequent view here, we need to provide our all subscriptions menu. So subscriptions menu. So now, or you can see the all subscription list, you can say. Over here, we're going to have a view. In the view, we're going to have a theme text. On the theme text, we're going to have all subscriptions. Okay, so that's going to be defining whatever the subscription ratio we are going to have, like the entire value structure we are going to showcase within that. And that should be the style property, and also the view here, I'm going to make that a gap of 6 and then padding bottom of 8. So this could be a subsidiary to show what kind of property value we have. So right now, I'm going to just define those things, because now you know what's actually going to happen after that. So I'm going to go by, I'm going to just rename those property value here. Okay, should be colors. Then I will explain what actually we did right here and how we are going to be merging on that. So that should be, let's say, colors, and here again the colors ratio. I think some more colors we need to replace, because previously when I started the build, I used that one as just to go in the theming way, but as the instances value it not looks go by. So as you can see, we have 3 property, Spotify subscription, Netflix, and EQNX gym. So right now you see in that card ratio, we provide some of the style here to make things to be a proper style. Then we have our icons, we have our premium value, individual or monthly, then we have our date. Now that's a good thing is that you can make an array of those items, then you can render it. That's it. That's the simple way, because later on, once we implementing our database, that would be coming as an array of data, not manipulated or manual data, but an array of data it's gonna be passing by. So this is just going to be our home. This is going to be our other property. Then we're going to have our another one, which we can say as insights. I believe it should be insights. So here, yeah, it's going to be insights. So in the insights value property layer, you already know how to go and capture this. First of all, we're going to have certain kind of value. We're going to have our use router getting from our Expo router. Then we have our charts data, because we will show a chart, and by default right now we're getting to create a dummy chart right now. So also we're going to be moving to capture on that our special segment for the safe area view. And here we're gonna also passing that safe area. We need to import the safe area from our React Native safe area. And here we will just get the colors, and here it would be safe area view. Okay, so right now you can see we have our, I think we need to grab our home header. Okay, otherwise, okay, okay, it should be here. So should be home header. So right now we can see our home header and we can see our inside. You can see this is looks pretty decent. And also if you just make a reload here, we can see a pretty defined conception. You see how it's styling. Okay, looks little bit cooler. Yeah, I think in the dashboard, our animation is getting stuck. I think we didn't put any animation. That's why it is stuck. So now you can define if you need animation, because now you got the idea how to create it, how to enable it, right? So now over here, we are going to implement some of the very good structurable flow. Again, should be a scroll view. So in the scroll view, we're going to have to set our other property. We're going to go and put that container value and others so that it can be maintained in a proper structure. And after that, we are also going to be, let's say after in the scroll view, as we pass that, we're going to have another view. And then we're going to have that our text for the theme text to passing by, and also for the touchable opacity to get the actual menu setup layer. So right now, as you can see, especially over here, if you click here, we have the upcoming and view all. So this is the two type structure we have. Then put a class name padding x6 and margin top as 4, and the gap should be coming as 6 in between. We have a pretty good structurable data. Now we can create a bar chart card. So after showing that touchable opacity of that, we can now create a proper bar chart card, as this is the new property layer. Of course, I will go with you bit by bit so that you will not miss anything. Then we're going to have our animated card right here. In the animated card, we're going to have a view. Then we're going to make that a background. Let's say grid lines. So grid lines, and that should be coming with an absolute position, right? Absolute positioned. So this we're gonna create that. So this should be a view. Within the view, we're gonna make that one an array of properties. So array of, let's say we're gonna make a 45, then we're gonna make that 35, then 25, I think then a 5, and then 0. Okay, so as we have that, we can map through it, and we can take a value. We can take an IDX, which is gonna be index and value property. And from there, in absolute notation, we're going to take the view, we're going to take that theme text, and then we're going to pass that. Let's say in the theme text first, we're going to pass the value property here. So not the vals, should be val, which can combine our value. And then we're going to have a self-closing deep property. And of course, we will generate the key here. Key should be IDX. Now, right now, you see we have the value for 45, 35, 25, 5, and 0. But we need to make sure to address it or to arrange it as an like the chart, so that it can be really good and really properly aligned and maintained. So right now, what I'm going to do in the animated card, I'm going to start working. So in entering value here should be animation dot fade in down, which going to be passing that, let's say 100. And then we're going to have this style. In this style, we're going to have a background color. So background color, which going to be, let's say colors, should be colors dot. I'm going to passing that inside, not like that. inside bj, and then also the border color, and the border color should be colors dot gonna be inside border. So this is just a, you can see right here we get the background, we get the border, which looks cool. And then in that here put a class name. I'm gonna make it as a relative. So relative here, height should be 48 and justify should be and margin top should be 2. So the entire value, it should be like adapting in that way. And for this one, it should not be coming, especially keeping here. So I want to make it an absolute position right here, and instead should be, let's say 0 to be aligned all together. Justify should be between, padding bottom should be 8. So you can see right here, it just properly aligned and mixed up. So in that view, which happen to have the key property, put a class name, flag should be raw, and before a flags raw, and also item should be center. Right now you will see notes the value of things. Right now we're gonna show it. And for this, the text right here, whatever, we're gonna get the variant as a caption variant, and we're gonna get that text as 10 pixel and text inside muted text and weight 4 and font medium. So right now over here in this, put a class name, flag should be 1 to take the entire property, border should be, let's say T, so border top, and also the border should be dashed. Border should be dashed, you can see right now, and also border should be inside dashed, and also margin left should be 2. So right now you'll see there is the dash color, but as you can see, this is a proper absolute ratio to show the proper in sigma. Now after instant of the div, we're gonna have our bars row. So this is gonna show our bars property, how the bars gonna be entertaining. Okay, so after that, we're gonna have a view. Within the view layer, we're gonna have, you see the charts data, which we have the top dot map, everything we're gonna take as an item, and then we're gonna take our index to show our actual keys there. And here we're gonna have a view, and in the view, we're gonna pass the key first so that it can entertain properly. Key should be the key of index, whatever the okay, should be equal and index property to be passing the key. Okay, so we have the key. Now how we want to show the value. So this could be a bit of classy. The class name, item should be center, items should be center, and also let me take it as relative. And also for that style here, put a class name, flag should be flex row, and justify should be between, and item should be and also padding left should be 8. So it would be placing totally in this notion here. Now on that view here, we need to provide in between the item property. We're gonna pass that. We're gonna, let's say, the active tooltip. Okay, we're gonna make that active active gonna be coming as a tooltip. So the active tooltip property value here, which gonna be, let's say, if we have that item dot active and we want to show something which gonna be coming as a view. So on that view, it would be nothing more than a, like say it nothing more than a theme text property here. So it could be passing like that. So we have the theme text, like it would be have the item dot value here and providing that color and caption. So in that property layer right here on that view, we're gonna put a class name here. So class name, we will make that as an absolute. Okay, we will make that absolute. And here minus top should be, let's say 9, and also item should be center, z should be, let's say it would be 10, and also width should be 12. Okay, so gonna be passing a bit of tricky way. And then also after that, we're gonna also make the triangle point down after the theme, after that view here, which should be passing that. So you can see right here, this is just gonna be passing this. This should show where its actual things is running. So over there, after finishing that, we're gonna have also another view and a bar view and theme text. So should be, I think we are in the right way, right? We have that verse row, and after entertaining that value layer, we should to have this structure. You see right here, this is how it's gone by. Okay, that's the magic layer. So I will go with you. Okay, otherwise you may freak out. So now over here after the action plan, we have the bar structure, right? So the bar structure going to be passing a view here directly. In the view, you're going to have a class name. On the class name, we're going to use the backtick and we're going to go with the dollar sign. Then we're going to pass that if item dot height value is there, then the item dot whatever the height value we are passing, you can see check over there, and which should be, let's say we're going to make at a 14 pixel, and that would be the width, and we can pass that as a 3.5 instead of like 14, so 3.5. And then after making things done in that way, then also we're going to make that rounded should be full. So this is going to be whenever a height proportioning there, and the color should be item dot color. So this is the bar ratio. So if you see rounded full, so means getting that, or if you just want that rounded SM, it will make that rounded as SM round. And after that, of course, we're gonna have a text property here just to show how much parenthesis is right there. So theme text, and there the value should be item dot, let's say, day. So that gonna passing the day. We have Monday, Tuesday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So in that view property, we're gonna have a variant. The variant should be caption. So to make the design a bit of a like the similar of the one we has before, and then we're going to pass the class name property here just to make that inside another property value perfect. So this is quite remarkable the way you can create that. Now, as you know, the things can be done in this way. So after that, after this animated card, we're going to have another animated card here, and that card is going to be containing on that the other ratio here. So the colors, I think, yeah. So this one gonna have the expenses. So right now, if we go here, I think if we just make reload here, and at the first instances, if we're gonna come back, we just started. If we come here, you see, wow, expenses. In the expenses view ratio, we keep the expenses, keep the March 26. Then also we have whatever the expenses data we have. And then also we can now toggle through within history section below of that animated card. We are going to have that history section. We're gonna get the icon here. We need to get the colors. Okay, I know, I think now you know how the way the structure is built, how the way it actually going to show the decipher or the actual data structure or to build setup. Okay, so right now this is the history, and there the story is coming from the cloud, coming from the others. Click, it will take you to the history screen. So this is the definition of the setup, similar way the card design is happened before. So now this is the viewport. So we have our like for the inside property here, we have all the details. Then we have our home. Now there is okay, I want to go underscore layout again, because not this layout but the tab layout again. That's the problem here. Why this icon? I'm still confused here right now. Why this icon? Let me just grab the home icon right here. Is it getting the home icon? No, it's not getting the home icon as well. So what's wrong here? Let me just check what we did wrong. Or if we just make that, let's say I want to make the same thing. So I have that tab. I'm going to just go past the tab here. Okay, so okay, we doesn't have the colors. Okay, we need to import the colors to from our colors tab. Okay, let's see, it's still the same. This is something mismatching right here. But in the previous build, it has no problem. I don't know what's actually is happening. So this is icon either. Okay, this is the circle. Like I will make the settings icon. Okay, that's getting. Anyway, we're gonna get with the fallback icon as settings. We'll see what's actually happening. So as this data is fixed, I think we just manually, manipulate that to fix that, but it's not the good way. So item map, route name, I think, we have a map, the settings. I think the route name we are defined in different way. As you can see, we name the screen as subscriptions. So subscriptions, yeah. And here, anyway, something in between. Let me know in the comments if you can find it. If you cannot find it, of course, you're gonna find it too. So right now I have the subscription tab. So similar way, the conception gonna be all the subscription manual. We need to furring that up. So you know how the design can be captured, but we are going to make things decent way. So first of all, we need to get our colors, sorry, the router. So const router should be use router. And of course, we need to, you can also use the link from the Expo link. Okay, that is right there. So it's not like the one way you can use. So now we will get all the subs from there. So that should be all subscription plan right here. We will use the memo to just to be saved in real time in the store property here. So okay, should be subscription, and also we're gonna have to have our streaming property, so that to be. So now all subs, and we can show whatever the subscription man we have and others. Now in that layer we can also again should be that safe area view here, and on the safe area view we're gonna have our, let's say, home header. So this is gonna be a property. And for that, for the safe area context parameter, again, you can create a wrapper just to be passing that entire segment and entire style property, which could be the best way. You can change the color in a very, very dynamic way. How you can do that? If you can do that, let me know in the comments, then I will show you how you can do that. It's pretty simple and pretty cool to use it. So you can see in the home header, we have that. So, okay, cool. We can come in the profile and see all the variables and others. Now this is gonna be, after that, gonna be again an scroll area. So scroll area, okay, scroll area or scroll view, yeah, scroll view, that was my bad to get on that. So then we're gonna have another view, and then we're gonna have to have our all subs, and all subs dot map, we're gonna have to have our, let's say, the sub, and also we're gonna have our index, or you can call it idx. I try to use in a various way to show that. So now it's up to you how you want to go. So instead of inline, I want to make it like a return parameter. Okay, this every time we are putting an inline, this time we're gonna put and return, let's say view, and here let's say the theme text, let's say hello, and here we need to provide that view. Okay, so now you can see we have all our menu which is showing hello, and of course we need to define a key props right here. Otherwise it's still gonna be passing that, let's say the key should be sub.id. Okay, that's cool. Now of course I want to make it within that animated property value here. So animated, which gonna be coming from React Native reanimated. So animated dot view, and of course that should be animated dot view. Okay, why is multiple? Animated dot view. Yes, should be like that. Did you import it here? Animated. Okay, that was a different animated import. So it should be imported from React Native reanimated. So that's the animated view we're gonna have. And for the scroll view property, we're gonna also have to have multiple compartment. And for this one, you already know that how we can go and make that. So contain container style, padding horizontal 24, padding bottom 140, and show vertical indicator which going to be as false. So there should be no, whenever it's calling, there should not be any vertical horizontal things. So now in the view, we also gonna put in a gap, put a class name, put a gap of 5 just to show in a decent value here. And then we are going to entertain something different. So const, let's say, is highlighted, is high. I think, yeah, I think of course we will get that is highlighted, should be, let's say, index is equal to 0. So whatever the index is 0, it should be that highlighted value, HIGILIGTH. I think we are missing the T. Okay, highlighted. So after that, now we're gonna define how we want to show the value. So if is highlighted, so means if we get an highlighted value here, we're going to return on that, and then in this return we are going to pass that, and let's say it's going to be an animated, let's say animated dot view here. So in the animated view we are going to create a further notation here, because its entire things it will be clickable. So touchable opacity. So in the touchable opacity, first of all, we're going to show an header row here at the top. So that will showcase our header. We need to get the material icons. We need to get our colors right here as well. So to show the value. So now what actually is happening? You see the top layer, the first one going to be highlighted. That's what we are meaningfully going to do. So right now what I'm going to do, as you have that, the entering value point here, the velocity right now, we're going to passing that let's say the entering going to be okay, need to get the animation here. So the animation, the entering value point, it's going to be passing that as one is that animation. Okay, Amazon Prime and others. Entering fading down index into 100 to be buy. And in the touchable opacity, once it's active opacity gonna be as, let's say I'm gonna make it as 0.9, which could be good for it. 0.9 0 9, and also put a class name, and let's say overflow should be hidden for it. And then padding should be, let's say I'm going to give a padding of 6 to make sure it looks good. Rounded. Okay, I think we can just simply grab each and everything from there. So rounded border left should be coming like that as to Excel. So rounded border left 20 pixel, and also rounded TL, which is going to be 20 pixel, rounded TR is 20 pixel, and BJ nav active. You see right here, because this notation gonna be attained on that. So that's the one which we are looking forward to have it in a pretty decent way. Now in that top header row, we have our view parts here. We are putting the sub logo, which is going to be coming if no logo. Of course, you're going to see that material icon to provide whatever the logo compartment it can be passing by. Then again, we have the sub name. It's going to be for business, and the other text like 1 month and other property value here. So after that, we also going to be like, after passing that view right here, after the theme text and this to view, we also going to have the details row. Okay, details row. In the details row, we're going to pass another view. On that view, we're going to have our similar details compartment. So we're going to pour in that details property here. The first things property going to come in like that, the payment information you see right here, and the manage. So all the things going to be passing by. In the details card are going to be, let's say, put a class name. I'm going to make that one gap as 5, and the padding bottom should be coming as for 4, and also border should be B, and also the border should be text nav, and then we're going to provide a 10% of that, and margin bottom should be 4. So this is going to be passing at the payment info details right here, and the payment info, the card number, and the manage button right here. And after that payment info, we are going to have another view right here after passing that, which is going to be passing either it can be, you see the plan details, either it can be the premium or not, whatever the structurable data ratio, it will just pass it through. So we have the structure, we have plan details, premium or change. You can, you can make changes if it's not doing so. So right now, as we have that, after that periodable things right here, we also gonna have a button to make things done as a cancel property. So this will be a separate independent button right here, which gonna show us, you can see the cancel subscription. You can cancel anytime, so you can click and it will pop up with the cancel setup to make the cancellation proportion. Okay, done. So this is gonna be happen whenever gonna be coming that, and then we're gonna have that our standard list item. Okay, so that would be a standard list item, and on the standard list item there would be, again, there should be the entering value property and other should be defined on that particular list. So this is gonna be like that, animation and fade in index into 100, and the same thing gonna happen, but this time it gonna be something different. So here, which we will make that, let's say, touchable opacity right here. In the opacity, we're going to have a view. Within a view, we are going to have another view, and on that particular view instances, we're going to have another view property to pass the logo of that, as you can see. So the previous similar segment is running right here, but in a different notion. Okay, you can see nothing is showing right here. Of course, no worries for that. So right now, what I'm going to do in the touchable opacity right here, we're going to have some of that value props right here. You can pause the video and grab each and everything, whatever we are happen to have there. And no worries, the colors, the code, it will be passing to you. You see right here, this is right there, but it's getting bigger and bigger because we are not entitled to hide it. Okay, so right now, as you can see, we have that property layer value. Okay, I will manage that first. Then we're gonna come back, put a class name, flex gonna be raw, to passing everything in raw motion, and then item should be center, gap should be 4, but still I don't know where it had gone. And also this one, put a class name, which should be 14, height should be 14. Let's see. Yeah, because of the logo. It's getting the entire property layer. That's why it's just stretched all together to get each and every single layer. So we can just simply nourishing to it. You see the second view portion here. We will just pass that too. So we have the weight 14, height 14. We're gonna put the background color, rounded axle, item center, justify center to keep in the middle, and do the other things where we are showing the logo. If logo is missing, of course we have particular style property to get the material icons value. Now, after that, after putting that logo here, we are also going to have some kind of the text structure there to be show the subname and also the family plan. So this is the whole entire plan structure, how the way it can be notationing and can be done. And on that particular structurable ratio, we're going to have to show the pricing plan and ratio. So after that, we're going to have the plan. As you can see, oh, that's really cool. So you have the monthly plan at one, and whenever you're gonna click, it's gonna directly take you to that particular plan. You see auto IO. So you have the get the subscription plan. So now, as you can see, if you reload right now, you're gonna have a proper structure, proper data. You're gonna have get started. You have your home data layer. You have your the setup layer for the particular like for the dashboard. You have your insights. You have your subscription layer. Okay, in the subscription, I think still we are missing somewhere the key value here. What is saying? Let me just open the right here in the animated subscription. I think number line of 40, we are missing that. So in the 40 number of line, okay, yeah, we are missing the key. So key should be index. Okay, so right now I will make reload again. If any more error persisting, we can go by. We have that home, we have the dashboard, insights, then also we have our subscription. Now right now we can go much more further, you know, all the screen setup and others we can go by. And by the way, all the code till you are seeing right now, it will be available in the reactivity.com right here, which you can just simply go by and click on get the free codes right here. When you click, it will be somewhere right here. Whenever you're gonna search for it till like a curator, either you will see, because it will be seen in the first curator, either it will be in the first results or you can search. I'm gonna till when the video is uploaded, it will be available in the first instances. And feel free to, you know, experience all the code layer. You can get it from here, or you can go to the directly in buy me coffee. You can, you know, hook up on the page. You can go to make the shop and do the things done in pretty decent way. And I'm gonna share it. If you are still with me right now, I'm gonna share something to you a very decent way, so that would be blow your mind. So I'm going to share something very important. If you're coming here in the shop page right here, and if you want to purchase anything, you just simply need to use that coupon code as reactbd3, and that will give you a 25% a flat discount on any product you are going to purchase. Doesn't matter whatever code, either you can get this one or any one, whatever you need, it can give you that discount 25%. So whenever you're going to pass that, you're going to get a flat 25% discount of any code, and that's just love from you people. And now what I'm gonna do, as this video is getting a longer side, so we are going to enable to initializing each and everything, like to enable the Firebase setup or other database setup, and putting all other screen for that, like for right now we have the almost all the compartment is right now ready. So we need to go to the inner circle to get all the other embedding pages as well as the backend structure. So I'm gonna watch this video. If this video get 500 likes, I'm gonna go coming with the second part with all of those features all together. And I'm just trying to see your like if you are willing to have it or not. That's my just query. If you are willing to have it, if I see the queries in your eyes, so we're gonna have that all together. So all the very best. I hope you're gonna do that, and please do like the video and subscribe the channel, as a lot of videos gonna coming by. And in future, I'm planning to build that our one of the product right here, the entry e-commerce website, which you're gonna see the client and the admin portion right here. We're going to build up next. So after finishing that, you can see you can just sign in with the preview just to see all of the, like you can see to see the all of the action and data entire dashboard, and also as well as all the structure. So hook up I'm gonna make that things as soon as possible. And for this one, if I get 500 likes within the time, it will be everything will be ready. And that time we're gonna go to make everything done in very decent way to build up all the scenario, all the structure with the real data, not dummy data. Until then, I think you will be still with me, and anything, any requirement, you let me know in the comments, and you can reach me out directly through the website and contact page. And I'm gonna see you in next video. Till then, stay good, stay hydrated, and all the best.